It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises to thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument, 10 strings, and upon the sorcery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, O Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A foolish man knoweth not, neither the fool will understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass, and when all workers of iniquities do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, O Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Lord, for lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. There is no unrighteousness in him. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Nimeneka, Baruch Tolateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Himlok Olam Maheh. Baruch Shem Kabod Malchut Olam Maheh. Baruch Kabod Elohim Mikumon Melech. Baruch Olam Maheh. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty. Visit iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say to the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
He said his work is perfect. His work is perfect. Everything that God did was just and considered as just and correct. Why? Because we're dealing with a just God. All these laws, statutes, commandments, and judgments that we read in this book is just in the eyes of God. And in order for God to look at you and call you just or upright or righteous, we have to be according, or we have to live our lives according to what God said is just. We got to live our lives according to what God said is just. Not according to what you think is just. Not according to what you think is right. Not according to what you feel is wrong in your figmentation of your sick minds. Because all our minds are sick. But the problem is that we refuse to accept the fact that we have a sick mind. The only way to cure this sickness of the mind, the book called it the plague of the mind. You know what the book speaks about, the plague of the mind. You know what the plague of the mind is? Forward thoughts that is against God. Ideas and opinions that is against God. So the only way to clean or purify or purge this sick mind that we have, because we've been here too long. We've been here too long. We've been here so long. We've been here so long. Look, a pig don't even think he's a pig. Pig look at himself and say, man, I ain't a pig, I'm a horse. Cows look at himself and say, I ain't no cow. He said, I'm a snake. Everything is out of whack. So now we come here, congregate about we serving God, but your mental capacity is not in comparison to what God says. So because my mental capacity is not leaning or correlating with what God says, then this is not you. It can't be you. Because your thinking pattern and your ways got to correlate with your actions and what you read in the book. We taking this thing here for a joke, man. God already told us how to think, how to move, how to walk, how to live, to be accepted by God, so we can dodge that bullet.
Only way.
That's the only way to dodge that bullet. Because if we live any other way besides than what God prescribed and have us to live, you doomed. You doomed, man. Why people fail to realize that? We got to clean ourselves, man, by reading and putting these laws, commandments into effect. Like that song used to sing. And my father used to say it all the time. And now I see myself repeating it. The things I used to do, I do them no more. The way I was before, I ain't that way no more. The way I think before, I ain't thinking like that now. Why? Because that's a terminology, or that's a way that a person has to come with terms with itself. You got to come to terms with yourself. When you did not come to terms with yourself, you're going to continue to babble and fluctuate and go back and forth and talk foolishness out of your sick mind, because you ain't come to terms with yourself, what God you want to serve. Joshua said, you can't serve the Lord. He said, because he's a holy God. He's a holy God. He's a holy God. So he gave us holy laws, because that's the only way this holy God will accept you. That's why he gave us holy laws. But Joshua knew, man. He knew that these people was going to go back. Assume every time we didn't have a guide. Every time we didn't have a guide, we ended up always going back and serving other gods, following after their ways and customs. Every time. The last was the elders. The elders. Them 70 elders. Moses. After Moses, we had Joshua. After Joshua, we had the 70 elders. When the 70 elders died out, the people reverted back to what they knew best, was serving gods of wood and stone, following after the customs of the nations that they lived amongst. But God told them to destroy them. God knew why he told them to destroy them. But why God told them to destroy these people? Because the wages of sin is death. The wages of sin. What are wages? What's wages? Your pay. Your repayment. Your wages for iniquity brings death. That's why God said, wipe out the Hittites, wipe out the Canaanites, wipe out the 7 nations. I can't understand why God said, well, wipe out all these people. Yeah, you don't understand it because you don't understand God. That's why. And God has put a block and put a veil over your eyes because your heart ain't good enough. Your insides is filthy. Our insides is filthy. And our thoughts is filthy. And the only way to clean this is to take heed to what the laws and the commandments of God says. Your ways and your behavior got to be comparable to the things that you're doing. You can't be doing high echelon laws with your ways think before God. My pops used to always say that. He said, man, listen, man. He said, what's wrong with you? He said, you're doing all this fasting and you're praying and you're fasting and you're praying, but yet when I yell at you, you get attitude. That's what he said to me. He said, stop praying.
That's right.
That's what he said to me. He said, stop fasting. So what you doing that for? Right. Because your ways stink before God.
Yes.
What you getting mad at me for? And you doing all these high potency laws that the normal people, the regular people ain't doing. You kidding me? So your ways got to be comparable to your actions and the things that you do directed towards God. But we ain't gonna learn.
No.
We ain't gonna never learn. You know when you're gonna learn? When it's too late. When it's too late. When you see death before your eyes. When you see death before your eyes, because you refuse to humble yourself. You refuse to humble yourself. And when you humble yourself, you have a broken spirit. You need a broken spirit to serve this God. Break yourself, man. Humble yourself and break yourself. Break yourself from what? Them atrocious thoughts, them atrocious ways. How you feel? That ain't comparable to what God says, man. Things that you don't like. I don't care about what you don't like. The only thing I care about or who likes is what God likes. That's it. God delights in righteousness. God delights in righteousness. God delights in righteousness. And the only place that's going to show you what righteousness is in this book. That's it. I say it all the time. There's levels. There's levels. God is number one.
Right.
God is number one.
Right. That's right.
Number one. I'm not going to turn on God for you.
No. No.
My children.
No.
No. I'm going to explain to my kids and show them the will of God, the righteousness of God, and show them why I can't do this, that, or that, A, B, C, or D, because I live this way. You may not like it, son. You may not like it, daughter. I'm sorry. Tough titty. That's a problem that you got to take up with God. Take it up with God. Go face the east and ask God why he made that. And see if your head don't twist around like the exorcist. Like the exorcist. Go ask God. We got to clean ourselves, man. We have to clean ourselves from iniquity, from faults, from transgressions, because that's sin is what contaminates your spirit. Disinfect. The King David asked God, he said, purify me. He said, purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. He said, create in me a new heart. You know what that is, man? I don't want to think this way no more. No, man. I don't want to think this way no more. I don't want to move this way no more. David said that, man. You know why he said that? That's when he violated against Uriah. So he asked God to clean my heart, man. He realized that he had a bad, stinking, filthy heart before God. He only messed up one time. But we don't fail to realize, we don't want to realize that our heart is filthy. And because our heart is filthy, we start formulating ideas and opinions and your thoughts. And yo, man, yo. Come a point in time, that's when my pops, he said, came a point in time, he said, yo, man, I want to be by myself, man. Paulie said that. He said, I want to be by myself. I don't see nobody want to serve God. I don't see nobody pushing for God. Because after a while, when you see atrocities and everybody, you don't want to be around it. So he kept asking God. Every day this man asked God to kill him. He said, I don't belong here. I done transcended. I done elevated. I don't belong here around you people. Because none of y'all want to serve God. I do. That's what you said every day, man. That's what you tell you. Pray for God to take him. He used to sit down in the room and cry. Because he ain't dead yet. I don't want to be here no more. And that's a certain level that you get to when you are 1,000% for God.
It wasn't depression either.
No, he wasn't depressed.
It wasn't none of that.
He wasn't depressed.
No, he wasn't that. It wasn't none of that. It wasn't none of that.
Clean ourselves. clean ourselves.
Loyal to
The
God.
only way to clean yourself before God is by reading. And when you read, you need a guide.
Yes,
You need somebody that's going to guide you and show you what righteousness is. Not just anybody. I can't choose any guy. You may choose the wrong guy. And now because of that, he done got you bald in your head. Because you chose this guy, which means before you choose your guide, you gotta watch that person's lifestyle.
Yeah.
You gotta watch that person's lifestyle. Is his lifestyle, is his ways correlating to what the book says?
Now you go by Jerusalem style.
No good, man. You gotta go by the time where you stay at. Wherever you reside at.
That's a fact.
We gotta clean ourselves, man, before it's too late. I'm telling you, let's go to Exodus 20. Let's go to Exodus 20. Look, man. This ain't no joke, man. This is not it's better for you not to know nothing about God than to come and know and play with it. Play with it and not change according to what you know. And not change according to what you know. Because God deals with you according to what you know. And another thing, and according to what you have in you. According to what you have in you. That's why he called Jonah. He said, go on over there. To where? To the Syrians. Jonah said, man, I don't want to go. I'm not going over there, man. I'm going to Tarshish. I'm taking the ship and I'm going opposite to where you told me to go. He said, man, these guys don't want to do your laws. He said, kill them all. He said, kill them. But God said, these people don't know they left from their right. And God knew that these people was going to change if he went there and told them. God knew that. Nobody else knows that. Nobody else knows that. But God. That's what he said. I try the heart and the reins of man. He said, I look inside you to see if you are really built for this. Like David. David messed up one time.
And he said his heart was filthy.
One time. And he said his heart was filthy. Then he sent Nathan the prophet to tell him. He said, your iniquity has been erased. Wiped out. Which means God do have favorites. Yeah, God had favorites. Just like every parent had favorites. Every parent had favorites. But you're going to favor the one that clings to you more and that's more upright, more obedient, and that leans towards the things that is holy and righteous according to what you say. And so you lean towards that one more. Let's read.
Exodus chapter 20. And God spake all these words, saying,
Look, that's Psalms, man. He said, oh Lord, how great are thy works. The things that God did, established and created from nothing.
Nothing.
You don't think there was a beginning before all this of how it started? You don't think it was a beginning of how all this started? He's saying your thoughts is very deep. You know what it says for very deep, profound, intellectual depth and insight. You know what intellectual depth and insight? Only God got that. Because who else had it? The serpent. That's why he was able to see if he would be able. He knew he couldn't get Adam to eat that because he had intellectual insight to know whether I could flip you and make you eat it or not. So he skipped Adam.
He was able to scan you.
He was able to scan you and say, nah,
Scan your spirit.
nah, I can't get him to eat it. Let me leave him alone. I can't get him to
He
steal.
might bust my head.
I can't get him to move. He said, but this one here, yeah, I can move him. He said, let me move him. I'm going to move this dude.
Adam probably would have bust his head.
And God got that insight. That's why he said, I try to arrange in the heart of man to know what's in him. To know what is in you. Let's read.
Exodus chapter 20.
Mhm.
And God spoke all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the
Hey.
land of Egypt.
Hey. He said, God spoke all these words saying. Go ahead.
I am the Lord thy God.
I am the Lord thy God. He said, I'm the God. He said, I'm the Lord thy God.
I'm God.
I'm the dude that needs to be praised. I'm the God that needs to be glorified. I'm the one that should be exalted. I'm the one that you should be serving. Introduction, man. Why? Because these people spent 430 years serving the gods of the Egyptians, serving gods of wood and stone, metal and brass, animals and crops, creeping things. They followed the custom of the Egyptians all that time they was there. That's right. They was brought up that way. So when they left there with the mentality of Egyptians. That's why it's so cotton picking hard for you suckers. Yeah, I said suckers. We suckers before God. For us suckers to lean towards this because we still stuck on our past. We didn't drop whatever was taught from us. Hey, listen here, man. Look, I was taught this. And I wasn't shown nothing else. But I still have a problem clinging towards these laws. Because we still sin. Presumptuously. So if I'm still doing, what do you think about a person that hasn't been raised that way? What do you think about a person that have not been raised in these laws? That's why you have to break yourself. That's why God said, rule your spirit. That's why God said, rule your spirit. Because he knows it's going to be hard to lean in towards this after being here for how many years? So he said, rule your spirit. And in order to rule your spirit, you can't rule your spirit. You can't rule your spirit putting your time in everything except for what God says. It come a point in time where I got to put some time in for this so I can strengthen myself.
And not just one day.
Not one day. So I can strengthen myself in God so that I will be able to fight these feelings that is against God, these thoughts that is against God, your forward opinions that's against God. You're not going to be able to fight it if you don't take heed to this. If you don't put time into this, you're not going to be able to fight it. Time to set up your offering and your prayers. The only time you pray is on Shabbat. If that. If that. I was doing the studies on praying and stuff. That has a large amount to do with your spirit. You know what people call it? The third eye. People call it, it's your third eye. You start to connect with God more so than a person that don't pray. Yeah. Yeah. You know how you can tell? Because I see the difference when you pray more and then when you slack up on your prayers. I see the difference with myself, so I'm able to tell you. You connect more with God than when you don't pray. You connect more with God when you're being more involved with these laws, commandments, and statutes, putting time in to read it and putting it into an effect. Why? Because from Genesis to Deuteronomy, those are all the words of God. Those are God's words, man. So when you read it repetitively over and over, it has an effect on your spirit. It has an effect on your spirit because you're repeating the word of God. God repeated it to Moses and Moses wrote it. This ain't the word. This ain't man words.
God quoted Moses.
That's it. This ain't man's word. This is the man. This is God's word, man. But we can't see it that way. We don't see it. And then we call God wrong and unjust and unequal by not agreeing and accepting.
See it is right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the forward thoughts.
Forward thoughts. Those that is against God. Let's read.
I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
Mhm.
out of the house of bondage.
Land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Go ahead.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. You can't put nothing before God, man.
Right.
I can't put myself before God. I can't put my children before God. I can't put my family before God. That's why. That's why it's very important that we inform people, relatives, and cousins, and mama, and dada, and everybody how you live. Because it's going to come a point in time when they begin to gather, and it's a gathering that I'm not supposed to take part of.
They're expecting you.
And they're expecting you.
They're part of the family.
You know what? You know what? I'm Dad. I need to talk to you about something. I said, what, daughter? You know what, Mom? I need to talk to you about something. You know what, brother, sister? I need to talk to you about something. And I meant to talk to y'all about this for a long time. I changed my way of life. What you mean? What you mean? The Shama that you knew 10, 20 years ago, it ain't the same Shama now. He said, I've been living according to the laws and the commandments of God. I've been living. She said, what do you mean? What do you mean according to the laws? He said, what laws? Then you take it to the law. Exodus 12, you show those laws. You see these laws that was given to Moses from Mount Sinai? I live like this. So there are certain things that I can't get into. There are certain things that I can't get involved with. But you don't agree with God. So you still have a hang up. The hook got you hooked up from behind and chained up there. Keep holding you back because you're riding the fence. You straddling the fence. One leg in, one leg out. Halting between two opinions. You are confused. Confused. No, cousin, in Panama, I can't come out there and visit you because I got to make sure I'll be back here to congregate. And there is no way for me to congregate out there, cousin, in Panama, uncle in Colombia. I can't come out there because I don't have no way to congregate. And the household falls under the same rules. That's what my pastor did. Make sure that the household fell under the commands of God. Because God said, he said, I know Abraham will command his household after him. And when Abraham is commanding his household after him, you're being commanded after God. Because Abraham followed God. Abraham followed God 1,000%. You know what he said? That there was no iniquity found in Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob. Which means whatever they did that we read about in that book, there was no sin found in them. None. None. Pioneers. The pace setters. The ones who set the pace in life. of how and the examples of how man should be. And then you had Sarah and Rebecca. They set the pace on how women should be. And what? Ruth? Oh, the book. Right, that's right. How women should be. So we all have examples to follow. We all have people that we need to look up to. Nowhere? Right in the book. Right here in the book. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any
All right, hold that. So thou shalt have no other gods before me. Right? Akare. The word akare means to go after. You shall not go after other gods. The word after means subsequent to. Subsequent to means what? To have the same views as the neighboring nations that we lived amongst. You think the same way like them, and that's what makes you the same. That's what makes you the same like unto them, because you think just like them. So you look at the person, he said, but how you thinking and what you're saying? It's not acceptable by God. That's not what God said. And it's like you told the person to follow the witch Endor, to go conjure up a spirit. When you reiterate the laws and the commandments of God, it's like you're talking about witchcraft, warlockry.
You don't want to hear it.
It disturbs people's ears.
You don't want to hear
It hurts people's ears. Why? Because God's law doesn't correlate your damn feelings with your ways, and how you think and formulate in your mind is godly and righteous. You can't tell me what godliness is. You can't tell me what righteousness is. You can't show me what good is. The only thing that shows you what good is and what righteousness is, what godliness is, read the book. That's the only source of righteousness. That's the only source that will show you what good and evil is. This is what shows me and tell me what good and evil is, man. And I live my life according to that. I live my life according to that. I make sure I stay or we need to make sure that we stay in the realm or in the bracket or in the path of what God said is good. Make sure that we stay in that path. Oh, no, out of that path of what God said is evil. That's it. Now you got it. I said, now you got it. Now you got it. That's the key. Hey, like people say, the Abba said, it's a science. That's the science.
That's the science.
That's the science to doing this.
That's the science.
Stay in the path of what God said is good. Stay out of the path that God said is evil. And he will exalt you and pick you up.
That's science.
I said he will exalt you and pick you up. When God called evil, when God called good, he says evil. Huh? Paul used to say lockdown. Lock down. I lock down. What Paulie said is good, we look at it and say evil. When Paulie says evil, when God says evil, we look at it and say it's good. That just came to me. I just remember that name, lockdown. Subsequent. To be in accordance with, in agreement with. You know what to be in accordance with? Me and you walk the same. Me and you talk the same. I agree with you. We got to walk with God in order to be in accordance with God. And Amos, he said, how can two? How can two walk together except they be agreed? That's heavy. You know why that's heavy? Because now is when I understand that. And now is when I don't see myself walking with you if you can't agree with God. Now, before in the past, I walk with any and anybody, cutthroats, murderers, thieves.
Say it again.
I ain't walking with you no
Yeah,
more.
walk with you,
If you
man.
can't agree with God,
That's right.
I can't be with you no more if you can't agree with God.
That's what I'm trying to tell them.
Huh?
That's what I'm trying to tell them.
Why? Because, hey, listen, I am not 100, I'm 1,000% for this. 1,000% for this. And that's what we need to start doing. Be 1,000% for God. Be 100% for God and for his ways and for his laws. I know it take work. Yeah, it take work. Yeah, it take work. But I don't see you you gotta put the work in. Guess what? I want to start hearing declarations. You gotta start making some type of declarations. Mama Love told Paulie, he said, listen, if God forbid God take you, he said, I ain't going nowhere. I said, I ain't going. She said, I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to be right here with my sons like Ma Baker. You know who Ma Baker is? No, Ma Baker and her sons. They robbed banks and they stuck with Mama Love. They stuck with Mama Love to the end. And that's what she said. She said, listen, man. Why? Because she spoke with such
Spoke courageously.
what? With confidence. That come in time, but you got to work towards that. Reading, praying, and put these laws into actions. Put these laws into exact actions. Start accepting that the way I am is not good. The way I am is not good before God. The way I think is not good before God. My ideas and my opinions that formulate in my mind, it doesn't correlate with what God says. But guess what? We are stuck on our own wanting ways. We stuck in our ways. We stuck in our filthy ways. Let's read.
Verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven
Now, hold
above.
up. Go back to verse 4, right? Graven image. Throw that right there. Now, to agree means you accept.
I'll go with that.
That's why I can't agree with you. I said, that's why I can't agree with you. When you talk foolishness against God,
That's right.
and when you say things against what God says, I can't agree with you. Because now God gonna look at me, or look at you like you accept
That's right.
the ways and the customs of these people. And guess what? He's gonna push me to the side, or push you to the side. Now you start feeding you according to the lust of your own heart, because you start accepting things that God don't accept. To agree means to accept. No, I ain't gonna agree with you with your foolishness and your stupidity and your things that you do that is against what God says. I can't agree with you. What?
Shaking hands, I mean, you agree with
That's
me.
right. That's right. That's right. That's why he said you never shook hands. And that's true. Remember in the book where it says, they both said what they had to say. He said, and they shook hands.
Shook on it.
And they shook hands.
I
They
mean,
shook
they
on it.
agreed.
They in agreement.
Yeah.
They in agreement. That's why you say I don't shake hands. I only shake my children's hands. Brothers come through. Shalom, Chief. Break their hand and try and shake it. Say, Shalom, I don't shake hands. Shalom, I don't shake hands. What's up? I don't shake hands. You may ball his fist and go pow. Hit you with the knuckle. He may hit you with the knuckle. There ain't no shaking. He go like this. All right, pow. Or shoulder bump. But that shaking hand stuff, it goes a long way. It means you agree with that person. And I don't agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't agree with you. Right? So if I accept you, I agree with your actions that is against God. If I accept you, I agree with your action that is against God. When you agree with a person, you are in accordance, you are in agreement with their opinions, feelings, and purpose. When you agree with them, you are in agreement with their opinions, with their purpose, with their feelings,
With their choices.
with their choices. Let's go, man.
Thou
Verse
shalt
4.
thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image
Uh-huh.
or any likeness of anything.
What is a graven image?
Uh-oh.
Fesel, right? Fesel is an idol or a graven image. You see these Israelites with staffs, big staffs, and they engrave lion heads, the images of animals on top of the lion head. Yeah. So a brother came through with a staff with an image, an animal image on top.
It was a lion.
A lion head. Came through with the staff. He said, Shalom, Chief. Shalom, Chief of Chief. He said, hey, Shalom. The dude took the staff, locked down, put it before Abba. He said, hey, touch it. Remember? He said, touch it.
Put your hand on it.
He said, no, I ain't touching it. He said, put your hand on it. He said, no, I ain't doing that. What's wrong with you? You trying to...
Years ago.
Blemish in spirit, man.
I say that to say this. When you see images and you can't, don't touch those things. Because when you touch it, you adorn it. You touch it, you adorn it. Mind you, the Most High said, Eve said that God said. I said, Eve said that God said, because people say, oh, Eve lied. Don't tell me. I have gotten to a way that when you say, huh?
A point in life.
Okay, thank you. That's the point. I said, I have gotten to a point in life that when you say things against my ancient fathers
Ready to bust
and
your
my
head.
ancient mothers, I get violent,
Yeah,
and I
ready
get
to bust
angry,
your
and I
head.
get real agitated.
Yeah.
So don't tell me Eve lied, because I'm going to come at you like you're talking about my mom. Don't tell me Eve lied. Eve ain't lied. She said, God said, don't eat it and don't touch it. And those are the two important things. Watch what you touch. I was teaching somebody about figurines and symbols and emblems, and the person had a cross. He said, it dropped. He said, can you pick that up for me? I said, I can't pick that up for you. I can't pick that up for you. I'm not even touching that. You got to pick that up. I'm not touching that. I don't touch images. I don't touch crosses and emblems. People wear 6-point stars, all types of emblems on them. An idol is a false god, right? Likeness of something without form, likeness of something of form or appearance, visible without substance. Without substance means without life. Without life. Okay? Right. Now, go ahead, read. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image
Or any likeness.
or any likeness. The word for likeness is temuna. All Israel knows what temuna means. Even the person that don't know Hebrew knows what temuna means. And temuna means pictures. Pictures. When you're doing these laws, or when you have the determination to serve God, you read the book, go by exactly what it says without putting in your blasted opinion, without putting in your blasted thoughts, and without putting in your blasted ideas, because none of that counts. You think you're going to formulate an idea that is godly, that God going to accept? It better formulate and correlate with what you read. Can't add on to this, man. The book don't say it. You can't put it there. But we put a lot of things into what we read And then we want people to accept it. And they don't say it. They don't say that. And this is why it's very important. Hey, I said it's very important. We don't know the importance of reading this. We don't know the importance of reading this every day. It's very important that we read this every day. Because this is your guide. This is your guide where people can say certain things. You listen, you're like, yo, wait a minute, man. He said, I never read that there. He said, where that guy got that from? He said, nah, I knew something was wrong. He said, because he said this, and this, and I remember reading this, and this. Now, after you become grounded in the laws and the commandments of God, now, this is why Paul said, I'm ready now to venture off into other books. Because I know what to take in and what not to take. Because it doesn't, my basis of findings is what I read in that Tanakh. Got to be grounded in that book because you will get swayed and pushed away. Let's go.
Or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above.
The heaven above.
Or that is in earth beneath.
The earth beneath.
Or that is in the water under the earth.
That is in the waters under the earth. So don't tell me that I can't have an image of trees. That's not the image that God is talking about. I can have an image of trees. One guy came to me and said, so give me a TV. I said, well, brother, TVs is not an image. Your phone is not an image. God is talking about portraits and anything that is graven. That's it. That's what the book says. Portraits, things that's graven, and whatever you draw. That's called a portrait. Drawings. So I can have an image in my phone and in my laptop. You even see images in the TV. When you watch TV shows, they go in the living room. What they got in the living room? Pictures. You're going to throw away your TV too? Yeah. You're going to throw away your cell phone? You're going to throw away your laptop? You're going to throw away your money? You need the money. You need your ID. So when you're doing the law, you need wisdom. Because people be talking and thinking they got you. Hey, so what about this? You can't have image. What's wrong with you?
You have no wisdom, Johnny.
What's wrong with you? But wisdom comes from what? The performance of the laws of God.
When you live it.
Now, because this person is living his life according to what God says, more so than you, so wisdom gonna come to him and show him. God gonna come to him and show him.
It's gonna depart from you.
God gonna come to that person and show him the right way, the know-how, the knowledge of how to perform and do these laws. How to get it off. That's why he sat down in that room. He said, man, listen. He said, there are laws that's supposed to go between your eyes and on your wrists. He said, but how am I going to get all this here? He sat down and he thought and he thought and he thought and he think and he think and he think. Kinko's. He got all the laws that's supposed to go there, went to Kinko's, shrunk it to miniature size, folded it, put it in the jewel, in the locket, and wrapped it around his forehead. That only comes to people that wants to do this.
That came after you got rid of the image.
Right.
And the picture.
Right. That only comes to people that wants to do this. And then after, when you improve, when you take heed, like God told Cain, he said, if you improve, he said, I will exalt you. I will lift you up. What do you mean by lifting up? When God lifts you up and exalts you, he starts showing you the ways of God. He starts opening your eyes to things that the people don't know personally. Because before, when he first started doing the washing law, when a woman sit in the chair, that chair becomes unclean. Nowhere in the book states that the chair becomes clean when the woman becomes clean. Nowhere. It says to her for her uncleanness. So in the beginning, he started taking the chance and washing. See, when we're doing these laws, you're going to bump your head before you get it right. Realize that. You're going to bump your head before you get it 100% correct. To prove your loyalty, to prove that you want to do this. Let's go.
Or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above.
Or any likeness that is of anything that is in the heaven above. Okay?
What's in that?
The firmament. Right? God split the waters. He put a space in between the waters. Which means there's water above. And there's water beneath. After you go but so far into the heavens, into orbit, in space, you'll pierce the waters, but there hasn't been one to get there yet. Hasn't been one. He said the heavens and the heavens of heavens cannot contain thee, which means my glory is too big. He said, I'm too grandioso, I'm too big. He said, this can, look, Solomon said, he said, I built this house. He said, the mercy seat is sitting right there. 2 cherubims prostrating themselves towards the mercy seat.
King David said, praise him, ye heavens of heavens.
And the waters that's above the heavens. Waters that's above the heavens. So there's water up there. We don't realize the God that we are serving. You don't realize that we are truly serving the eternal. That's why it's called the eternal one. Do we know what eternal means?
No beginning and no end.
The word eternal, he said, I don't have a beginning. And I don't have an end. But the Christians believe that there is a Jake.
I wasn't born.
And they was told to abolish the Old Testament.
I don't die. God don't get born.
Which the New Testament was written by renegade Jews. Renegade Jews that took on the ways and the customs of the heathens. Change their name.
From Hebrew names to Greek
That's
names.
right. From Hebrew names to Greek names.
Call them the apostles.
That's
They are
right.
Apostates.
The Greeks that you said, oh, the Greeks wrote it. Those were Israelites.
That's why the Greeks wrote it.
Those were the Israelites
That's right.
that brought that to them. And they wrote it. The beginning of Christianity is astrology. The beginning of all idol worshiping is astrology. Has to do with the sun, moon, and stars. Things that God prohibited us and told us not to go off and worship. But people look up at the sun and glorify the sun. He said the sun, look at the sun as God. You don't know what you're getting into, man.
Sun worship.
Let's read.
Or that is in the earth beneath. Or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them. The word bow down means tishtakawe. Tishtakawe means to prostrate. Worship. The definition of worship is to admire or admiration. Adoration. To admire means to worship. Goes into worship.
That's right.
The only one you admire is God.
That's right.
I don't want my children admiring me.
Right.
I want my children to honor me
Right.
and respect me.
Yes.
Don't admire me. Admiration goes to God. Admiration goes to God.
Right? I might get fear for God.
Tom sheet.
Nor serve them.
Nor serve them. To serve means to comply or to agree to the commandments and the demands of. That's when you become a servant. To comply means to agree. So the only way to become a servant of God, I got to agree with the laws. I got to agree with his commandments. I got to agree with what God demands of me in order to be a servant. So there's steps and stages to be a servant. Before I become a servant, I have to agree first in order to become a servant of God. But we can't become servants because we haven't got over the first hurdle of agreeing with the laws and the commandments of God, because you don't accept it. And it doesn't correlate with the figmentation of your mind. Abraham believed, and it was what? Counted to him as what? Righteousness. Righteousness. That's the beginning of righteousness, is to believe. Believe. That's the beginning.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. He said, I'm a jealous God. One part of the book, he said, my name is jealous.
Right.
He said, I'm the jealous one. I'm the jealous one. Yeah. He said, I'm the jealous. Look, mercy. We serve a God of mercy. Huh? Now, okay, so I ain't gonna skip. He said, I'm the jealous one. You know what jealous means? Intolerant. Intolerant means I won't tolerate. I will not tolerate unfaithfulness. I won't tolerate unfaithfulness, because we was very unfaithful to God. Just like now. Very unfaithful to God. How we became unfaithful to God? Because we started worshiping gods of wood and stone, taking commands from. We served and worshiped everything under the sun except for God, which made God jealous. And then when God got jealous, guess what? His anger starts to kindle. He got angry. He got angry. Then he started to draw the sword out. He drew his sword out. Destruction time now. You don't see, that's what happens when you make someone angry. They turn into something else that you're not going to like. You better be afraid. This is a God we talk about. But then we got to realize the chastisement of God. He said, He said, man, this was no other but the doings of God.
That's right.
God did this.
That's right.
I need to get myself right.
That's right.
I could have died.
Okay.
I could have died. At any given time, you could walk on those little braces and drop inside there. At any given time, you know them things be loose. Yeah, some reason everybody walk across until you walk. Guess what? You end up falling down there. You'll mess yourself up. That's a long drop. Rats, raccoons, everything down there. They all gonna have a piece of you. You want God to hiss at them? He said, I hiss at who? At the bees. At the uttermost parts of Egypt. He said, when God hissed at them, he called them and directed them to Egypt. You got these people glorifying Egypt. Oh, Egypt. Egypt was brought down by God. God destroyed that whole. Egypt was never the same after God visited them. After God visited them, it was never the same. Well, people still look up to the gods of Egypt, Horus and Isis and all these. Get out of here with that, man. Yeah. The first ones to do this, I don't care about none of that. I don't care if they were the first ones to do none of that stuff. But God gave me laws, commandments, and statutes and told me not to follow them. Not to live according to them. Don't follow their ordinances and their ways. Let's read.
Visiting the iniquities of the fathers on the children.
Visiting the iniquities of the fathers. The word visit means means to remember or to command. So I will remember the sins of the fathers upon the children. I will command the sins of the fathers to go upon the children. Oh my goodness. You hear this, man? God is going to command your sins to ride your son or your daughter. Everything dropping on them. Now you wondering why my son or my daughter is acting this way. That's because of you. Your filthiness and how you living according to what God says. Against. We are against. So God, take your sins and put it on your son. Put it on your daughter. He said, I will visit, I will command, I will remember the sins of the fathers upon the sons. Read.
Unto the third and
Third
fourth
and fourth
generation of them that hate.
In the Hebrew, it says, lesonad. It means my enemies. My enemies. So that people say, oh, God is love. Yeah, God is love. He's merciful. He's compassionate. He's also a God of war. He also killed. He said, I kill and I make alive. And there's none that can deliver out of my hand. You ain't getting away. I wound and I heal. Everything that happens in your life, God allowed it to happen. God allowed this to happen because you are wretch and you refuse to remove that stubborn heart. Yo, people are stubborn. People stubborn. Yo, stubborn. They refuse to read and put and correlate their ways with the ways of God.
Even after you show them.
Even after you take them to the book and say, look, God said, thou shalt not. God said it. God said it.
God said.
They start to stir up.
Get you like you crazy, man.
What's wrong with you, dude? Dude, what's wrong with you?
Cut off.
Do we realize what we are doing when we reject God?
Yeah.
When we reject God, God rejects you. And I don't want God rejecting me. Because now I'm not going to elevate in this way of life. If God rejects you, He's going to leave me dormant. He's going to leave me stagnated. He's going to leave me one way. He's going to feed me with the lust of my own heart. Everything that's in me that's not right, He's going to increase it. He's going to increase the negative foolishness, the negative filth that's in me. He's going to increase it.
You don't want to do it more.
One going to take you to here. Then this going to take you to there. This going to take you there.
Far
It's
out.
all increasing far out. But it all started by you not agreeing with this little minor thing that you said, I can't accept that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, don't accept it. I'm going to leave it to yourself. But guess what? There's a time. I said God deals with time.
That's right.
Everything happens on God's time.
That's right.
He blocks at His time. He accepts at His time. He allowed this to happen on His time. Everything happens on His time. You can quicken it and you can slow it down. You don't understand that? Then those who understand. I said you can quicken it and you can slow it down. Keep it up. Let's read.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
Hear that? God said, I will show mercy. Huh? I will show mercy to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
All the love.
It goes hand in hand. So if you love God, you will keep His laws. You show your love for God by taking heed to God's laws. You show your love for your parents by hearkening to your parents. You show love to your husband by hearkening to what your husband says. And if you show love by hearkening to what God says, or your parents said, or your husband said, then you show your hatred by dishonoring God. You show your hatred for your parents by dishonoring your parents. You show your hatred for your husband by going against what he said. It's either or. One thing we need to realize, all right? The book shows us and tells us the meaning of words.
That's right.
The book shows us that. Okay? Now, to love, affection based on admiration, benevolence, and common interest. Common interest. I can't love you because we don't have the same interests. In order for me to even begin or start loving you, we got to have the same interests. So because we don't have the same interests, that's why King Solomon said, he said, why art thou ravished in a stranger of a bosom? I mean, in the bosom of a stranger. I said, why? What you doing in this stranger's arm? You don't even know who she is. What she is. Lay up for everything.
And that thing.
Anything. And Solomon spoke against that. Right? Common interest, which means our interests must be the same. Must be the same. I gotta find out what's your interest. What interests you? What excites you?
We have nothing in common.
And if we don't have nothing in common, the same interests, and we don't have the same excitements, hey, listen here, it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work because we're gonna bump heads. Which means what? You must agree with God.
Yes, sir.
Your interests must be the same interest as God in order to accept those words. If your interest is not the same interest as what God is interested in, then you're not going to agree with these words that we read here.
Right.
Benevolence. Huh? You know what benevolence is? Disposition to do good. Huh? Disposition is tendency. Deals with your tendency, inclination, and character. What you geared to, what you lean towards. What you lean towards. Your tendency goes into what you're prone to. What you're prone to. You're prone to do good. You're able to do good. You're directed and guided towards good. And the mother of Moses saw that in her child from a baby. A goodly child. God killed Jeroboam's son.
You said he got good in him.
I said, God killed Jeroboam's son, King Jeroboam. And guess what? You know how it was a baby. A baby. Stop questioning God, man. Oh, why he killed that baby? It was so innocent. You don't know the mind of God. And you don't know why he killed that baby. That baby probably had good in him, and he killed him so he don't get corrupt with your ways. So he took his life so he don't get corrupt with your ways. But we don't know the mind of God. And we don't know how God works. So that's why we question. That's why we question everything that happens in life and that book. We see things on the news. Oh, everybody died, even the babies died. Oh, why would God? There ain't no God. There ain't no God. If it was a God, why he killed baby? Foolish people. Foolish people. Guess what? I wish God would have killed me when I was born. Just coming out my mother's legs. Just coming out from between my mother's legs. I wish God would have killed me right there. You know why? Because I would have died in my pureness. I would have died innocent, and I wouldn't have been corrupt, living in this corrupt place. Living in this corrupt place. This place is corrupt, man. This place is corrupt. Want everybody to accept what God don't accept.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
whole
the
objective.
problem.
Want everybody to accept what God don't accept.
That's the whole objective.
What's your mind, man? No, I don't have to accept you. God said man should not lie with mankind as with womankind.
Womankind.
That's right. It's not acceptable.
So
Come out here, man.
God hated. Hey, look at me. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
It ain't no to each his own.
It ain't to each his own.
No such thing.
Not with me.
No to each his own.
Yeah, I hate it. I despise that.
That's right.
I despise that.
There's only one penalty.
Woman that want to lie with woman like she lying with a man. I despise that.
Get away from it. Get away from it.
That's what we need to train ourselves to despise and hate.
Despise LGBTQ.
That's right. Hate the things that God hates.
Yeah.
Love the things that God loves. Then and only then He will elevate you and pick you up in righteousness.
Yeah.
In righteousness.
Talk about
Tamshi.
Verse 6.
Uh-huh.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
He says, showing mercy to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. It also means favoritism. God got favorites. King David was one. I said King David was one. Another king named King Hezekiah. Another king named King Hezekiah. He was sick. Laid up in his bed. About to die. You know what he did? He couldn't even get out of his bed. He turned towards the wall. You know what he said to God? He said, haven't I kept all thy commandments? Like he asking God, he said, why you doing me like this? He said, man, didn't I do all your laws? I did everything you command me of. I did everything you command me of. You know what God did? He sent the prophet Isaiah, and he turned the sundial back 15 years and added 15 years to King Hezekiah's life.
Best 15 years of his life.
Come on, man.
What?
Come on, man. That's right. Come on, man. We gotta read the law. We gotta read these laws and start putting it to actions. You know, I see a lot of fools. I see a lot of Israelite fools. Look, I gotta take this off to show you. See my locks? People come, they put their locks in the ponytail. Next thing, when you look closer, all the sides are shaved off. Look like a real clown.
Yeah, talk about it. Talk about it, brother.
Look like a real clown.
Talk about it, brother.
You gotta be a clown.
That's against God.
To take your hair, and shave off the whole sides. Come on, man.
Do that coincide with God's ways?
That don't coincide with God's ways.
Talk about
God said, don't cut, don't mar. Lo tashkit means to mar, to corrupt.
it. Talk about
The side section lock of your head.
it. Talk about
Then when you read on, he said, don't tashkit means to mar or to corrupt. A side section lock of your beard.
it. Talk about it, man.
When Ishbosheth trimmed his beard, in the Hebrew it don't say beard. It says mustache.
Talk about it, man.
So what's wrong with people, man? What's wrong with these God-forsaken Israelites?
Talk about it,
The
man.
man just had a baby. And the baby is like 4 or 5 years old. You walk by the barbershop, the baby sitting in the barbershop. Don't even give the baby a chance to discern or to come to his own senses to where he can do things on his own. You making the decision for him. Sitting him in that barbershop, born in the child hair at 4 years old because you got a God-forsaken woman that don't know how to braid. They don't want to put the time in washing the child's hair and braiding their hair. My mom had 6 boys, man. I said my mother had 6 boys. And every Sunday, all 6 of us get our hair washed, blow dried, greased, and braided.
Talk about
The longest we went without getting our hair done is 2 weeks. But these God-forsaken women, ungodly women,
it. Talk about
that
it.
don't want to put the time in towards the children, want to take them to the barbershop, and skim bop them head. And then the husbands accept it. The husbands accept it and they agree with it. Caesars. You know what the Caesar is? Caesar is in commemoration to Caesar. Julius Caesar.
That's right.
That's why it's called a Caesar.
Caesar.
So continue getting your Caesars.
You under the banner of Julius Caesar.
You worship him.
You under the banner of
Come on,
Julius
man.
Caesar. You worship Julius Caesar.
And people don't want to teach the law.
Nobody teaches.
I said, people, these godforsaken leaders and heads and princes, chief prince, chief of chief, Kohanes. The other brother said, I am Kohen Gadol.
With a Caesar.
Walking around with bald heads.
With a Caesar and a bald head. But you a Kohen.
Walking around here with bald heads and shaved faces.
Yeah, talk about it, man. Talk about
So
it,
my
man.
father said, you know what? I don't see no camp fit for me to go to.
That's right.
That's what he said.
They don't agree with the law. They're not
See?
pushing the law.
Because they are not in agreement with what God said, man. Stop balding your head, Israel.
That's right.
Why you keep balding your head? Let your hair, let the fur on your head grow.
That's right. What about the Caesar, Chief Shaman?
Caesars. Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar.
Worship him.
It's in commemoration to Julius Caesar.
You worship
You
the
get no
nigga.
Caesars. That's worship.
Yeah. Every time you do it.
Let's read.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of God in vain. You know what taking God's name in vain means? When you say things about talking about God and then you curse, or you took on the name of Israel, I'm going to do God's law, I'm going to agree to this, but then I go and lie and do contrary to what God says. I don't took his name in vain because we don't took on the name of God. Once you violate, you take his name in vain. Some shit.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in
For
vain.
the what?
The Lord will not hold him guiltless
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless
that taketh his name in vain.
that taketh his name in vain. You're not gonna get away. Once you take God's name in vain, you're not getting away. He's gonna hold you to what you did. He's gonna hold you to the things that you did that is contrary to what he said.
They say hold you accountable.
That's right. Tom Sheet.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Remember the Sabbath day.
Remember every other
And
day.
Israel have a problem remembering the Sabbath day.
Remember every other day.
Remember everything else except for the Sabbath day. And when we read the book shows us what is work. The book explains to us what is work, what we shouldn't be doing, and what we need to be doing. One of them is congregating.
All right. Okay. Make this
One of them is congregating.
gathering.
You must gather. You must congregate. You cannot sit home. You cannot sit home and view.
No.
God said a gathering of people.
Read the book all day.
A gathering of people we need to be having. Once we are not gathering, then you are not observing the day.
Yeah, that's part of it.
You're not observing the day. Okay? The word in Exodus 16, when it speaks about the manna, it says hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare, arrange,
Set up.
prepare or arrange. Arrange means to set up. So the chairs must be arranged already. The chairs must be arranged already. I can't arrange these chairs during Shabbat
That's right.
or on Shabbat. If I want to sit at a table, I can't remove the chairs and set up the table. And that table, you want to sit at a table, make sure the table is open and set up all the way in the back so that at the break, you need somewhere to sit at. You slide the table out, you put your chairs over there. You put your chairs already set up. All these things need to be set up before the Sabbath, man.
And we did not begin the Sabbath at dark.
No. Before dark.
We did not begin the Sabbath at dark.
Sundown.
The word
Yeah.
dark,
Uh-huh.
all right? When you look up the word dark, it's in Nehemiah 13.
Right, right.
It says, when the gates began to grow dark, the word for dark is Zalui. Zalui means when the shadow was cast, which means we start the Sabbath day before it gets dark. It's still light outside. But I start the Sabbath day and I shut everything down before it gets dark. Because when it gets dark, the Sabbath's already in. When it gets dark, the Sabbath is already in. So that's when we need to start the Sabbath and stop waiting, talking about it ain't dark yet. We don't start the Sabbath when it gets dark. You start it.
Evening.
You start it. You start it when the shadow is cast, when evening is going down, a little light, and you end it when it's dark.
When the shadow real long.
End it when it's dark. So you know when it's over. When you know when it's over. When it's dark is when what? You don't see no light out there. Ain't no light out there.
There's only one part of the day where the shadow is
That's
off
it.
like that. That's true.
There was a time where a man got caught gathering sticks.
Searching and gathering.
And the man got caught gathering sticks.
Why?
And they put him in ward.
Why?
Okay? People say, oh, the reason why they killed him was because his intention was to kindle a fire. He didn't kindle the fire yet. And they don't say that. God don't kill you and come at you for your intentions.
No.
It's either you did it or you didn't do it.
Yeah.
So now, what was the reason why they grabbed him? The word for gather is laquat, means to gather. That action means work.
It's work.
You can't go outside and gather. The Most High say, hey, gather double. Gather double Omer, because tomorrow is the Sabbath day. You ain't going to go out there and gather no manna to eat.
That's hard work.
Okay?
Gathering is hard work.
But the only way you'll be able to perceive the word of God, you got to stop eating the blood.
That's right.
In order for God to open your eyes and show you the intricacy of the laws.
Certain things you understand.
Israelites shouldn't be eating frankfurters.
Hot dogs.
Israelites shouldn't be eating cold cuts.
Kielbasas.
Do we know how the animal died?
Sausage.
No. So why we eat cold cuts?
Can't eat halal.
Why we eat cold cuts? Putting our trust in the people. Talking about it ain't died. You don't know if it died of itself or if it was torn to
You
pieces.
don't know that.
But people eat cold cuts. Turkey slices, salami slices, bologna slices. All these slices. Frank, it got to say Hebrew national. Got to say Hebrew national. Hebrew national. Hebrew national. Do you know how the Franks was formed and made? And I seen it on how it's done. My father showed me. They had a casing, a thin casing that's edible. And it's made from the intestines. Very thin. So thin that you wouldn't even be able to tell. And I've seen it dealing with Franks where you can take and you peel off, and it's a thin layer. Within that casing, Franks is made of blood, fat, muscle, gristle, everything. Compressed, everything ground up, compressed together, and made into one long Frank. And then they name it and give it a name called Hebrew National. And you go to the barbecues and you see brothers barbecuing Franks. Franks and salami and all these Nathan Franks, Hebrew National Franks. Hey, brother, you want something to eat? No, I don't want nothing to eat. No, I don't want you Franks. I don't want none of that. What do I want with that? I don't want none of that. Let's read.
6 days shall thou labor.
6 days shall thou labor. Read.
And do all thy work.
And do all your work. Do everything that you need to do within the 6 days. 6 days. Stop waiting till late Friday to rush and do everything.
Right.
Why we so late to do things for God on Friday? Why you can't start doing it and preparing for Wednesday and Thursday? Because you don't look towards this. You're not enjoying this. You don't rejoice in doing this. Go ahead.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
Mhm.
In it, thou shalt not do any work.
The seventh day is what?
It's the Sabbath
Is the Sabbath.
of the Lord thy God.
When is the seventh day? Look at your calendar. Everybody knows when the seventh day is, and the only day with a name
All right.
called Shabbat.
Right.
The rest of those days was called first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day. When the seventh day came, he said Shabbat. The Shabbat. General strike. Work stoppage. Cease from work or cease from activities
Events.
or events. And this is why I don't go to your Unity Shabbats.
Okay.
Because that's an event, or that's an activity
Okay.
It's done on Shabbat.
that's done on Shabbat. And during these activities, you find vans and station
Work is
wagons and
involved. Work is
U-Hauls pull up with speakers and tables and chairs
We carry this.
and full pans of food. And all the so-called godly Israelites goes in the van and start taking out speakers to set up the street, setting up cords, set up the table. You don't think that's work, man?
Oh, it's work.
Come on, man. Be truthful with yourself. You don't think that's work?
It's saying,
That's work,
setting
man.
up something is work.
That's work. That's work. You can't set up nothing on the day of. You can't do that. But according to what? According to the good. Oh, Jeroboam's son. God killed Jeroboam's son because he said he got good in him. God saw good in a child from a baby. What was the good in him? That he was what? That his heart was inclined to serve God. God seen that in the baby. That's what he told us. He said, I see good in him. And that's the good that God looked for. If you don't have a heart to serve God, you don't have good in you. That's it. That's what God looked at and said is good. That's the good that God is looking for.
That's right.
Because now that you have good in you to serve God, everything else falls in line. I'm not going to say things to offend you. I'm not going to do this to you. I'm not going to do this to you over here. I'm not going to do that in you because I have good in you. Number one, to serve God. And because I have good in me to serve God, everybody else is treated right. Everybody else is treated right. I look at you and say, nah, man, don't do that to her. I said, no, man, don't do that to her. No, man, don't do that to her. No, that's not good. That's not right. That's not right. Why? Because the man has good in him. The man has good in him. Number one, to serve God. So he's looking at every aspect. Every aspect, every corner in life is put into, he corrects. Yeah, man. Time sheet.
In it, thou shalt not do any work.
Uh-huh.
Thou,
Mhm.
nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant.
In it, thou shalt not do any work. Go ahead, start over. Thou,
Thou,
uh-huh,
nor thy son,
your son,
nor thy daughter,
your daughter,
thy manservant,
your manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
your maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
your cattle,
nor thy stranger
nor the stranger that is
thy
within
gates.
your gates. So I bind myself according to the laws and the commandments of God. Right? And because I bind myself according to the laws and the commandments of God, my son got to follow suit. My daughter got to follow suit. The aunts and the uncles got to follow suit. Oh, mama and papa got to follow suit. Everybody got to follow suit because y'all are under my roof. And I live my life this way. This way. So when your cousins come by to visit you, You gotta inform them and let them know, listen, I live one way and we can't go out. We ain't going out and going nowhere. Because today is dedicated to the worshiping of God.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I can't do those things. Today is a different day. This is the seventh day, a day that God blessed. He told us to remember the Sabbath day on the seventh day, not Sunday. Sunday is the first day. The last day of the week is the seventh day. But the reason why the Christians observe the Sabbath or worship on Sunday is because Emperor Constantine changed the original day of worship from Saturday to Sunday in honor of the sun god. So when you worship on Sunday, you are worshiping the sun god. Sunday, in Greek translation, Sonan Dieg. Sonan Dieg means the day of the sun. Monday is moon day. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is Thor day. Friday is Freedom. Saturday goes into Saturn. Those are all Greek gods, name of the week. Go ahead, Kala.
For in 6 days, El made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in the
The
midst.
sea, it said, for in 6 days, God made the heaven and the earth. Right? He said the seas and all that in the midst. Everything that's in them, God created it. God created it. He said, but what?
And rested on the seventh day.
But he rested on the seventh day. God don't rest. So I looked up the word for rest. It means yanak. It means to cease from creating or to stop from work.
Therefore Elohim blessed the Shabbat day.
Therefore the Most High blessed the Sabbath day and did what?
And hallowed
He hallowed it. He separated it. He sanctified it. So Saturday is different from those 6 days. And it ought to be treated differently from those 6 days. Tamshi,
honor thy father and thy mother.
honor thy father and thy mother. Kabed. It means to honor and glorify. Right? So I got to speak on it. My little son, he's 11 years old. He's 11 years old. And when his older brother disrespect his mother, he steps to his older brother and tell him, stop disrespecting mommy. Stop talking mommy like that.
18, 19
Stop
years old.
talking back to mommy. And his older brother is 23,
Oh,
22.
23.
And he gets mad at his older brother for doing that. Right? So, even when Soraya get a little nasty sometimes, the mother talks to her, next day I get a call. No one calling me, not the mother. No one calls me. Bobby, I'm like, what's up? He said, Soraya disrespecting mommy. She talking back. I said, what? So his mother come on, she said, who called you? I said, no one called me. She said, she said, this boy don't allow nobody to disrespect me or dishonor me or come at me no way. Right? So somebody bought something on her Amazon account. So she went to her older son, yo, did you buy something on my Amazon account? She said, he said, no, I didn't buy it. The first thing he did, he said, maybe your son did it, your golden child, maybe Noah did it, because he had your phone. So she looked at him, she said, oh, stop calling him that. So she went to Noah. He said, Noah, you did it? He said, no, mommy. He said, no. She said, Noah, I'm not going to beat you. Did you do it? He said, yes, mommy, I did it. So she told him, he said, see? He said, are you going to beat him and do that to her like her? She said, yo, chill out. She said, this boy respects me and honors me, and everything I tell him to do, I'm going to give him a pass. Everything I tell him to do, he do it. He don't get mad and suck his teeth like you and talk back. Come to find out, guess what? Noah didn't do it. Noah didn't order it. He just did that. So she asked him, look at the good. Look at the good thing. She asked him, she said, why you told me you did it, but you didn't do it? He said, because I didn't want to go back and forth with you, Mommy. That's righteousness. That's righteousness. That's righteousness. And you see sometimes, and you see that in here with parents, older parents. And a lot of people ain't going to understand because that's high level righteousness. Sometimes we went back and forth with our father. I ain't do it. He said, man, you did do it. Sometimes just not to go back and forth with your father and agitate him and get him aggravated. Yeah, I'm okay. You right. I'm going to And then later on, when he calmed down, then he find out, oh, well, you ain't do it, right? He said, okay, that's right. He said, and then my father come to me, he said, that's good, son. He said, that's good, son. I said, what? What happened? I said, why you say it's good? What's good? He said, because you didn't go back and forth with me and raise my blood pressure. You accepted it, and then later on, after I calmed down when the smoke clears, then you find out what happened. He said, thank you, son. He said, that's good. And that's righteousness, man. That's good. That's good in the child, man. Yep. That's good that the child don't want to go back and forth with his parents. That's right. That's good. Because it ain't all the time that your parents want you to prove no point. Keep pointing and trying to prove this and prove this and prove this. And just listen and do what I said. Sometimes parents don't want to. Sometimes I don't want to hear explanation. Just do what I said, pop, 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 and leave. Because I don't feel like getting into it.
Okay, Sean. That's good.
He said, Tom Sheik,
that thy days may be long in the land which Elohim thy El gives thee.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder. Murder is when you take a life that's not justifiable by God. That's murder. If this person is chasing me to kill me and take my life, and I take his life before he take my life, that's not murder.
That's right.
Because he is either I kill him or he gonna kill me. He's coming after me to take my life. So you want me to just sit there? Oh, I ain't gonna murder you. Go ahead, just kill me. No, not me. I'm not gonna sit there and let you take my head off. And that's what murder is. In the English, it says, thou shalt not kill. In the Hebrew, it says murder. Why we don't go by kill is because we have to kill to eat. When they needed to eat and do things, they had to go out and kill a deer. Skin them, bleed them, take the blood out, take the fat off, and cook them. You got to kill to eat. So in the Hebrew, it says to murder. That's what the right pronunciation, translation is. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Adultery for a woman is when she cohabitate or have sex with a married man. Mm-hmm. Adultery for a man is when he cohabitates or has sex with a married woman. And then when you look into the Hebrew, meaning lotin ah, it means adultery and fornicate. To fornicate means to sleep or have sexual relationship with woman that's not your wife. You're not married. You're not married to this woman, but you're sexing up with the woman. That's fornication. God is against both. And God speaks against both. He said the children that's born from that shall not excel. The children that's born in fornication and adultery shall not excel. Okay? Now, bastards is an illegitimate child. Right? Not sanctioned by law. Illegitimate means born of parents that's not married. Right? Born of incest. Right? Adultery. Okay? Moab and Ammon were not bastards. The reason why God said they can't be accepted was because he said they did not meet the children of Israel with bread and with water. But nowhere in the book stated that Moab and Ammon was bastards, because remember, Ruth was what? A Moabitess. And what came out of Ruth? The kingship. King David came out of the line of roof. You think God gonna have a bastard sitting on the throne? No. No. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal. Lo tikno. Steal, rob, and deceive. Steal, rob, and deceive. Take something that don't belong to you. Deceive means you're full of lies and robbery. I come and I stick you up. And now I got to be truthful. You know, there was a time where I went to the bank to cash my check. When I checked my money, I had an extra $100 bill in there. When I left, the first thought came to me was not to keep walking.
That's right.
The first thought that came to me was to go back, count my money. It was $100 extra. I went back to the teller.
Yes, sir.
And I told the teller, I said, listen, you gave me an extra $100 bill. I gave her all the money. She checked it. There was an extra $100 bill. She took the $100 out, put it in the register, and gave me the money. She said, thank you. She said, thank you. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Exodus 20, verse 14.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Huh? So he said you should not answer. You should not answer. What are they? 16?
Middle 13. Thou shalt not bear false.
Middle of 13.
Yeah. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Lo ta'aneh. Lo ta'aneh bere'aka el shakwe. You should not answer to be an unrighteous witness. An unrighteous witness. Right? And that's what the government, that's what society is based upon.
That's right.
All they need is your statement saying that you saw this guy with a gun, and they're going to lock him up. They're going to lock him up without interrogating you to make sure that what you're saying is truth or facts or correct. They're going to lock you up. All you need is one witness, but God said you need 2 or more witnesses. And the 2 or more witnesses that you have, you got to scan them. You got to interrogate the 2 witnesses. Because there was a point in time in history where these 2 elders conspired against a godly woman. Susanna, she was a godly woman. And they went to her and approached her, and she was married, to cohabitate and have sex with her. But she said, man, she said, if I don't have sex with y'all, then you're going to bring up false charges on me and I'm going to be jammed. If I do have sex with y'all, she said, I'm going to bring trouble upon me from God. So I'm jammed both ways. He said, let me fall in the hands of God. And she said, no, I ain't doing it. Get out of here. Get out of here. And they left. And they brought up charges on that woman. You see the woman's mentality? This is what's supposed to strengthen you. These are things that was put here to strengthen you. To move you in accordance. To have you move in a way that is accepted of God.
That's right.
These things straighten you. That's what's supposed to. That's why I was put here, to straighten you.
Right.
Let's read.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet. Lo takmod. No covet. Takmod means covet, lust, or desire. And we desire things that don't belong to us. We desire and want things that don't belong to us. And because we desire and want things that don't belong to us, we go and steal or rob or take it. But in order for you to really see, covet starts in here. I ain't got to steal, but I can still covet. It's a desire that's within, a feeling. See that word feeling? It's a feeling that's not accepted by God. It's a feeling that stirs up within your bosom of your breast that is not accepted by God. not accepted by God. He said, don't covet what?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Uh-huh.
Nor his manservant.
Uh-huh.
Nor his maidservant.
Uh-huh.
Nor his ox. Nor his ass. Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Let's go to Numbers 15. Numbers chapter 15, verse 24. We gotta get it
Then
right.
it shall
We
be.
gotta get it right.
That's right.
We gotta get it right.
That's right.
Time waits on no one.
Nobody.
I said, time waits on no one.
That's right.
God said, he said, you see this cup here? He said, hey, well, hold on. Don't move on the Amorites yet.
It ain't
He
filled
said,
yet.
the cup hasn't been filled yet. He said, the cup hasn't been filled yet. You see the timer? When you turn it upside down and all the powder drop, get it right before this empties.
That's right.
But everything's dropping out.
That's right.
When it empty and that's timing out,
That's when you die.
you're done.
That's when you done.
There's no returning sometimes. There's no coming back sometimes, man. Sometimes you can return and come back according to what you have in you. Most of the time, you can't. Ain't no acceptance.
That's right.
Ain't no returning. Let's read.
Then it shall be if aught be committed by ignorance.
Then it shall be if aught be committed by ignorance. The word for ignorance is shaga. Sheen, gimel, hey. You know what that is? Sin done in error. I didn't know. And I had no knowledge of this. There are people that sin in error.
Error.
And there are people that know
Presumptuous.
that it is iniquity and still do it.
Still do it. Presumptuous.
Which means it's not an error. Right? Go ahead, read.
If aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation.
Without the knowledge, go ahead.
That all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering.
He said, all the congregation shall offer a bullock. You see the advantage that these people had in this book. We had ways to uplift and expiate and make atonement for our iniquities before God, so that we can walk before God and remain clean, remain pure. Because we had offerings and sacrifices that the priest can set up. Okay? Come, sheep.
For a sweet Savior unto the Lord.
For a sweet Savior unto God. God likes that smell. It was a certain and unique smell that God loves.
Mm-hmm.
He said, don't eat the fat. He said, burn it on the altar because he liked the smell. And during the sacrifices, the frankincense burnt. The frankincense burnt because he loved the smell of it. Come, she. And that smell is what? Appease the anger of God.
Calm him down.
It calms him down and pacifies
He
him.
like the smell. He won't be mad when he smell that. Yeah.
We don't got sacrifices no more, and no way to appease the anger of God.
Mm-hmm.
No way or how to calm him down.
Don't ever have him but
Yeah. But we lost that. We
We
lost all these advantages.
a lot of advantages.
We had a lot of advantages. A lot of openings where we can go to and appease God. We don't have those no more. We don't have none of that no more because we don't have a high priest.
The setup is gone.
The setup is gone.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a high priest to set up these offerings. We don't have a high priest to set up these offerings. And in order to have a high priest, you got to be consecrated. You got to go through the ritual, the consecration. So why we have people calling themselves priests, high priests, and you ain't get consecrated?
Kohen.
But you're a Kohen Gadol. You're a high priest.
No.
Or you're a priest because people they say, well, I got promoted. You can't be promoted to no priest.
There's no promotions here. No elections.
You can't be promoted. First of all, you got to be out the line of levy.
That's correct. It's lineage.
The Kohen guys, it's lineage.
Promotions come from democracies.
Time sheet.
With his meat offering, his drink offering, according to the manner, and one of the kids of the goats for a sin offering. Verse 25.
Time sheet.
And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them. For it is
He said, the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the sons of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them. You hear that, man? You hear that, man? All we needed was this high priest to atone for our sins, and God going to accept it and forgive them just on behalf of who's given the atonement of, the high priest. Because he's held in high regards with God. That's why Saul turned to Samuel. He said, yo, worship with me. He said, worship with me. Which means, listen, Samuel ain't worship with just anybody. Because I may be worshiping with a dude that's not accepted of God. And now because he's not accepted of God, my prayers ain't won't be accepted either. So I got to watch who I pray with.
Right.
I got to watch who I pray with, man. First of all, you gotta have some type of determination to serve this God. For me to pray with you, I'm not gonna kneel down and pray with just anybody. Read.
For it is ignorance, and they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel. And the stranger that sojourned among them, seeing all the people were
and the
ignorant.
stranger that sojourned among them. Right? Go ahead.
Seeing all the people were in ignorance.
Now, the stranger that sojourns among them is the stranger that has agreed to serve God. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
Read.
And if any soul sinneth through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement.
What verse you at?
Verse 28.
Okay, read verse 26 again.
26.
Yeah.
And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourned among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering.
Okay.
And the priest shall make an atonement.
Hold on. You don't see the difference between the nation of Israel, the congregation of Israel, and the stranger? They both brought up different offerings. One brought up a bullock. Knowledge of the congregation shall all the congregation offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, to a sweet savor unto the Lord, with his meat offering and with his drink offering, according to the manner, and one kid of the goat for a sin offering. And the stranger that sojourned among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance, right? Forgiven were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year of a sin offering. So I read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinned ignorantly.
And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinned ignorantly.
When he sinned by ignorance before the Lord. To make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. You shall have one law for him that sinned through ignorance, both for him that is born amongst the children of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourned among them.
Both for him that what? That is born amongst the nation of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourned amongst who? Among them. That's right, read.
But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously.
But the soul that does aught presumptuously. The word for presumptuous is beyad ramah, right? It means a high hand, right? A high hand. What is a high hand? Having or showing no regard for God, the rights or concerns or feelings of others.
Boldly against.
So I don't regard how God feels. I don't have no regard about these laws. I'm only concerned, the only thing I regard is myself and how I feel. And if God's law doesn't correlate with how I feel and what I respect, then I'm not respecting and accepting this. That's dangerous. That's what it is. It ain't my own words. That's a high hand. That's a presumptuous hand. You gotta be, you very presumptuous.
That's right.
Disregard what God says because it doesn't correlate with how you think and feel. That don't count. That don't count. You need to correct yourself and check yourself. Okay? He said, for God, the rights or concerns or feelings of others, right? When you don't regard or consider how God feels about an unrighteous deed you've done, right? That's okay. To regard means showing a lack of respect for God, right? Showing respect for God is when you agree and accept the laws to be right. We don't agree. We don't accept it. Because we come to God with a heathenistic mentality. And because we won't change our pattern of thought and this heathenistic mentality, you can't serve God. It takes a certain type of mentality to do these laws, to do these commandments. And when you don't acquire, you don't have that type of mind frame, you're going to go against God. You're going to go against him. Okay? Now, the other word, for it also means arbitrary, overbearing, right? What is arbitrary? Arbitrary is when you act without thought of what is fair or right, done without evidence. You move and blame, but you don't have no proof. Wow. Oh, because I just feel, why was that left there? That tells me, that tells you that because you have an evil mind.
That's in your head.
That tells you that because you have an evil mind. You move accordingly. We don't need witnesses or evidence. You don't need that. Those type of people don't need that. They move according to the fragmentation of their own mind. Their mind tell them that you did it. Oh, yeah, you did it. The mind tell you, oh, he didn't do it, or she didn't do it. Oh, they didn't do it. Without evidence. Overbearing. You know what overbearing is?
Too much.
Overbearing means what? You will begin to assert your will over other people in an arrogant way. Take this out, though. The only thing that I assert my will over is God's will.
That's right.
The will of God, I will assert over you and make sure that you do it. And make sure that it's accomplished. The will of God. When it's not dealing with the will of God, then okay, I'm not going to say you how I feel and insert how I feel on you. You do what you want. As long as it's not in violation of the commandments of God. As long as it's not in violation of the commandments of God.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord.
The same, what verse you at? God, I see it. The same reproaching God. The word for reproach is gadeth. Gadeth means reproach. It means to insult. It means to blaspheme. Right? What does it mean to blaspheme? To blaspheme is when you have no respect for what God has respect for. When you have no respect for what God would have respect for. And when you don't have respect for what God don't have respect for, you don't accept it. You read over it and say, well, you pick and choose what you want to like. I like this, but because this rub me the wrong way, I don't accept that. You pick and choose.
I was living this way my whole life, so I don't accept that.
Yeah. But the way you've been living your whole life, God don't accept.
That's right.
God don't accept the way you've been living your whole life. So that's why he gave you a chance. Knowing. I said he gave you a chance. Knowing that you're not going to turn 100%, but he still gave you a chance. Because he's all merciful. He's just. Knowing that you're not going to turn. Knowing that you're not going to turn towards God. but he still gave you a chance and showed you his laws so you could change your ways and your thinking pattern, your actions and your behavior before God, for crying out loud. You can't say you didn't know. You can't say you don't know. That's why he's called all merciful, because you're not going to be able to say you don't know. You know now. Even though you're not going to change and flip, but you know now. So continue playing with it until he casts you into the darkness.
That's right. Talk about it, man.
Reproach. You know what reproach is? To express disapproval.
Break it down.
What's wrong with people, man?
Break it down.
Hey, lockdown. What's wrong with people?
Break it down.
To express disapproval. Thou should not do it. I don't really agree with this. I did a 360, my neck. Just by hearing that, yo, little lockdown. Hey, yo, little lockdown. Hey, yo, my head almost did a 360.
Yeah.
From here, I turned all the way around. Like, the exorcist, like, what?
Yeah.
You don't agree with what? You dislike what? That's his new name, Lockdown. So he don't be called Locks. You Locks and that's Lockdown. LD, that's Lockdown right there. That's little Lockdown. Now, my pops used to call him out like that, man. That came to my head. But to have no respect for God, when you have no respect for what God has respect for, everything that God accepts and respect is here. Train yourself. Train yourself. But you know what? Man, when you go amongst these camps and you teach like this, you got people sitting in the bleachers, in the chairs, stone, face distorted this way. Another party face turned this way. One face looking up, one face looking down. Oh my gosh! Like I told you I was gonna kill your father. No. Yeah, laugh, man. I ain't say I was gonna kill your father. I ain't say I'm gonna run up in your crib and kill you and slit your mom's throat and kill your kids and your babies. All I'm doing is emanating and preaching what God says. And when you go amongst these camps, you have an upside down face. God looked at Cain and said, what's up with your countenance? I said, what's up with your face, man? What's up with your face? He said, if you do good, I will exalt you. Hey, and if you do good, you will clean and lean towards what God says. Because what? You have good in you. So you lean towards the thing that God said is good. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us, man? What is wrong with you people? God said, oh, Lord, have mercy. He said, man, if only these people had a heart of flesh. You got a heart. Man, you hard, man. The man has become hardened. The woman became harder than the man. Oh, my gosh. And then there comes a time where the man that is determined to serve God, he said, man, I don't want to talk to nobody no more. That's what my pops did. He said it came a time where he didn't want to talk to nobody. He said, man, I did this for how many years? I did this for over 50 years.
Yeah.
That was enough. I did this for over 50 years, man. Over 50 years talking to people. Some people he had to invite and say, hey, what's wrong with you, man? He said, you know what? Looked at his imaginable watch. Ain't no watch there. He said, hey, what's up with your face, brother? He said, take his hand. He went like this. Tap it to make the line call. Like as imagine. He said, well, the Sabbath will be done and over in like 20 minutes. since your face is so hardened, like you want to kill a brick, like you want to drown water, like you want to put a piece of iron in the hospital. He said, the sun will be down in 10 minutes. Yeah. He said, the sun will be down
in 10 minutes.
He said, the sun will be down in 10 minutes.
Fact.
All right? And then he went back into teaching.
Went back to teaching. Right.
That's how the nation of Israel faces when the truth spits out. Why? Because you're shooting down what they are against. What they like.
You're shooting it down. They don't want you to do that.
I'm gonna tell you like how Abba used to say. The reason why I'm gonna tell you how that Abba used to say. The reason why we raise is because it's our mother, and it's out of respect and honor for the parent. Your child should raise for you too. Your son and your daughter should raise for you to acknowledge your presence.
That's right.
You don't see. Listen to this. Listen to this example. When you come in the room, right? When you come in the room and your son playing video games and you talking, you want to keep talking and your son continue playing video games while you talking? No.
Average kid.
You're gonna come and tell that kid, hey, you don't see me in here.
You may turn it off yourself.
You don't see me in here. He said, stop what you're doing and turn your attention towards me to see what I want. Pause it.
Turn it
I can't pause it. Well, hey, that's just a game lost.
Yup.
I gotta go see my parent and see what my mother said or my father wanted. That's honor.
You lose that game, but you get points from the Most High for that action.
Let's read, man. Now hold on. Okay, read.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord.
Because he had despised the word of God. The word for despise is bazah. Beit, zayin, hey. It means to contemn. To despise means to look down on with contempt and aversion. So when you despise God, you look down on his laws and you look down on God with contempt and aversion. So now we're going to get into what is contempt. We're going to get into what is aversion. Okay? Aversion is a feeling of repugnance with a desire to avoid or turn from God. What is repugnance? No, repugnance is to discuss. Right? It's another definition I'm looking for. Repugnance. Okay, there it is. This is what I was looking for. To contradict. To go against. Right? To go against. All right? A strong dislike. Let's take some antagonism. Yeah, to go against. Repugnance. To be right. So a feeling of repugnance to go against with a desire to avoid or turn from God. And that's why you are going against. Because you're showing your despise and your hatred for what God said. So because I'm showing my despisement and my hatred for what God says, I go against the things that I read in the book that doesn't suit me, that I don't like. I don't like it. I wasn't raised that way. So I go against it.
Say it again. You wasn't raised that way.
That's why you go. So you go against it. You go against it, right? You cannot submit to what is right by God because you are being rejected. God is rejecting you. And because God is rejecting you, you're not going to submit and agree to the holy things that is read in the book. It's hard for you to accept it and see it. Okay? Despise.
So let me go back to repugnance. Repugnance means to contradict. When you contradict, you deny the truth. You're opposite. You're contrary. You're against God. Right? Show opposition. To contend against. To resist. Despise means to feel contempt. What is contempt? Willful disobedience to God. You know what willful is? I know it's wrong. I know I shouldn't be doing it. I know I should be walking that way, but you still do it. You don't care. You don't give a hoops. I still do it. That's willful disobedience to God.
That's no good.
That's no good, man. Tom Sheep.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandment.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord,
and had broken
his commandments. The word for broken is hepad. Hey, pay, race. Means to break, violate, void, or nullify. We got to get into those words so we don't violate and do the things that what the word is saying that we're doing. To break means to invalidate.
It's not valid, though.
It ain't valid. You said, yo, it's not some valid. Which means what? He's accepted. Invalid means it's not accepted. Not accepted. To weaken or destroy the cogency. What is the cogency? Cogency means having the power to constrain oneself. Having the power and the strength to hold yourself back.
Keep yourself intact.
That's a person that, number one, is determined to serve God, so he's able to hold himself back from his desires that is against God. I still like it. Yeah, I still like it. I still like it. I still would. But because you had made your mind up to serve God, that's what held you back. That's what holds you back.
She ain't gonna do it.
That's right.
That's the beginning of the strength.
That's right. To violate means fail to keep or to observe. Okay? Tom Sheep. He has broken his
commandment. That soul shall utterly be cut off.
That soul shall utterly be cut off. Where we at? Okay, I see it. Utterly cut off. That word for utterly cut off, it means what? Tikaret, hikat. Hikaret, tikaret. It means to be utterly cut off. That goes into death.
That means
that's right. Yeah,
you're cut off.
Utterly cut off. Forever there's dead of the Lord, no acceptance.
You cut off here, when you die, you cut off.
That's right. That's right.
His iniquity shall be upon him.
His iniquity shall be upon him. The word for upon him, it means in or part of you. Your iniquity shall be your genetic makeup.
It's in you.
It's in you. It has become a part of you.
Yeah.
It has become a part of you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness,
they found
a man that gathered sticks.
Gathered sticks. The word for gathered sticks is quashash. Tabshi.
And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. They put him in ward because it was not declared what should be done.
Now, hold up. Hold that right there. Right? Okay. He said the same reproached the Most High. He said that soul, niklita hanefesh, that soul shall be cut off. Now there's two different words for cut off. Hikaret, tikaret, and then this one says niklita, meaning neked. Let me explain that before you go into verse 32. Neked, right? It means to cut off. Niked means to alienate, to betray, to estrange, or to deny. This doesn't have, you don't have to die. Not all the time you have to die to be cut off.
You're still alive.
You got two forms of cut off. When you're dead, when you die in your iniquity. And niked means to be cut off when God alienates you. When you're estranged, when you're betrayed and denied by God. Alienate means to cause someone to feel, to isolate his or herself. Now, all of a sudden, you don't want to come around no more. So you're restrained from coming around. Forgetting about the command of God where God said you got to congregate. So you allow certain things that transpired to keep you away from congregating. Don't let that happen, man. Always put in, so well, you know what? I got to congregate, man. I got to congregate. God is formulating these things in your brain so that you can conjure up these crazy ideas to keep you away from congregating on the Sabbath day. To estrange. To cause a person to be no longer close. To cause one to break that bond, that covenant, that closeness between you and God ain't there no more. You're very distant. So when you're distant away from God, now you refrain from pain. Now you refrain from reading and doing things that God considers to be holy and righteous because you ain't close no more. Deny when one refuses to admit the truth or the existence of. The beginning stages of accepting the truth is accepting your faults. Huh? The beginning stages of accepting what God said is the accepting your faults. Well, I know I don't like this and I'm this way and I'm that way, but God said it's okay. That's the beginning stages. That's the beginning stages. I know you don't accept it and you don't like it, but I still haven't heard you say God said it's okay. You haven't declared it yet. You still didn't. You know why you don't declare such things? Because you still have a problem accepting the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You still have a problem accepting the God of Israel.
Well, you get there, you can say it. Yeah.
To betray means to be unfaithful to God. Failure to repent, to acknowledge. Sin is betrayal to God. When you betray God, man, that's what sin is. When you betray God. When you betray God. The last definition, it says antagonistic. Antagonistic means what? It's a feeling of opposition to go against God. You read, I accept this. I like how this is. But you read something else that doesn't rub you the right way. You don't like it. You don't accept it. You better check yourself, man. Let's go.
And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him.
Go back to 32. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness,
they found a man
gathering sticks upon the Sabbath day.
They that found them gathering sticks.
They that found them gathering sticks. They did what?
Aaron and unto all the congregation. They put him in ward. It was not declared.
Because it wasn't declared what should be done to him.
The Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp.
You hear that?
You
hear that, man? God's day is for God, not for nothing else. I can't take my daughter nowhere. I can't take my son nowhere. I'm not gonna be. Listen, if you're under my roof, like I told my daughter, I say, listen here, man. If you coming over and you staying in my roof, you know you gotta honor God. You know you gotta honor these rules. Ain't no staying out Friday night and coming in here late Friday. Now, you decide to come in here late Friday, you better take your butt home to your mama house. Go to mama house. Can't come here. Can't come here because there is no exceptions.
That's right. No exceptions.
There's no exceptions. There's no exceptions. No exceptions, man. Because all these things, if I allow it, it weakens not you. It weakens me. I get weakened by it Because I allowed this foolishness to go on in the house. Because God look at the head of the household. God look at the head of the household as being responsible. You know, look, ain't no light thing to be no head of no household. It's not no light thing, man, because whatever goes down in the house, God look at the head and he charge you. Now, certain things start transpiring in your life, and you like, man, I'm doing everything that's right, but this is happening here. This person over here is doing this. That one over here is doing that. And you bringing no good, man. Let's go. That's it.
And all the congregation brought him without the camp.
All the congregation brought him without the camp, and they killed him. They stoned him with stones. Why? Because he profaned and worked and gathered sticks on God's Sabbath day.
I'll say he shall be put to death.
So people that's in your house, you got to instruct them. You got to instruct them. But you know why you don't instruct them? Because you don't look at it. It's not held high. It's not held highly in your eyes. You don't respect these things like that.
Respect the holidays.
Certain things you got to turn to God and say, oh, Lord God, God of my fathers, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, I have no knowledge. I have no knowledge, O Lord God of my fathers. For if I did have knowledge, thou knowest, O Lord God, that it would not be so if I knew. Clear me from this iniquity and cause this sin to fall upon the one that had desecrated your Sabbath day. You see how you pray before God? You got to choose your words and know what you say. And I mean that. And I mean that 1,000%. We got to clear ourselves with God, man. Because this thing called sin, it bears down on your spirit. It bears down on your spirit, and it weakens you it weakens you with God, man. Let's read.
And he died as the Lord commanded Moses.
He died as the
Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that...
Now, mind you now, God said, kill the dude. But they didn't kill him during the Sabbath day. They left him in ward. Why? Because they got to gather stones to stone him, and that's work. So they left him in ward until after the Sabbath, which means certain things you don't deal with on the Sabbath. Certain things you don't deal with on God's day. Right. But you get so emotional and out of place. Your feelings means more than what God says. Forget your feelings, man. Stuff that. Stuff that. And worry about how God feels. That's what counts. My feelings don't mean nothing. Right. I said my feelings don't mean nothing. I'm not going to say your feelings, because some people, you tell your feelings, their feelings do mean something over God's feelings or how God feels. Not me. My feelings don't mean nothing. My feelings is God feelings. My thinking pattern is the way God thinks. My ways has to be correlated with the ways of God. How God wants me to be. Why? Because I want to be accepted by God. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want. But I know what I want. And I want to be accepted by God. So therefore, I have to move accordingly. I have to move accordingly to what I read here. Let's go.
And bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments.
In the borders of their garments. The word for borders, right? It says kana, means the corners. Bid them that they make them fringes on the corners of their garments throughout their generations. 4 corners. So that's why you put on your fringes on your garments. Because the fringes is a reminder of the laws of the keeping of the commandments of God. Okay? The keeping of the commandments of God. Don't put on pants and then you put on a shirt and then you put fringes on. The two don't match. I said the two don't match. You got on pants, you don't need to put on no fringes. Yeah. Yeah. God is against women putting on pants. Miknasayim is a masculine word. There's no feminine word for Miknasayim. No feminine word for Miknasayim. Pants is only one word. Panties. And guess what? Did we finish school? I said, did we finish school? There's not a feminine word for pants neither. You know what they add to pants? Suffix. I-E-S is a suffix. Panties. That's right.
Talk about it, man.
Because our forefathers and the women in the book didn't wear panties, but they wore girdles. They still put certain things on. They wore girdles. You ever saw the models and you watch Victoria's Secrets where they had on panties, they had on, not panties, but they had on underwears, but they put, you don't put it on like you don't put it on like you put on the pants. You put it on and then you gotta hold the side and tie it. So when you need to release it or take it off, that's why in Apocrypha, you know what he said? Loosen. He said to loosen the girdle of a maid. So the women didn't walk around with their stuff all exposed. Don't get it twisted and misconstrued. They put on.
If I pull this turban right
it
now,
loosens up.
everything gonna loose.
Right.
It's wrapped.
Right, and that's what they had on. The back in ancient times, they had cloth where they wrapped themselves. And when you want to go and cohabitate with your wife or your woman, you loosen the wrap and you go into her. Now we don't have to do that. Now you can go to the stores in Victoria's Secrets, where I see it all the time, and get them expensive panties, underwears, I mean, where it has strings on the side, where you can tie it there and tie it there. That's it, right?
39.
Go ahead.
And it shall be unto you a fringe, that ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them, that ye seek not after your own
That you
heart.
seek not after your own heart. How you think, how you feel don't count. Read.
In your own eyes.
In your own
After
eyes.
which you used to go a and that ye remember and do all my commandments and be holy unto your God.
That's right.
I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
I got one more chapter. I got one more chapter. I'm gonna be quick. Psalms. Let's go to Psalms chapter 51. Psalms chapter 51. This is a banger right here, man. This is a banger. I was reading this morning. I said, man, like I'm trying to, man. And you want to get open off of certain things when you're into it.
That's right.
People look at you and you say certain jewels and certain things and certain keys, but nobody in the spirit is moved.
That's right.
Nobody's moved by the word of God. You're jamming yourself. You're jamming yourself.
Yeah.
Go ahead, let's read. Psalms 51.
A psalm of David. When Nathan the prophet came unto him as he had gone about Sheba. Have mercy upon me,
Yes.
O God.
People got the nerve. The nerve. Mike. The nerve. I used to call him that too. Mike. He said, man, where Mike at?
Yeah, everybody.
So where Mike at? I got to honor my pops, man. I'm just remembering things my pops said. Mike. Say, yo. Say, yo, man. People got the nerve. You know what mercy is? Mercy is one of the attributes of God.
Yes.
That's one of the attributes of God. Just like the one of the attributes of the serpent is to be subtle. One of the attributes of the serpent is to deceive and trick and to be sly and to deceive. So in order not to be like unto the serpent, you won't do those attributes. Like you won't be sly. You won't be deceitful. You won't trick and you won't scheme. Okay? He said mercy. What is mercy? Huh? What is mercy? Compassion or forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. That's God. That's God, man. And because we have and because we have acquired the attributes of God, because we are godly or godlike, then guess what? Because you're merciful, then you'll look at certain people and say, well, you know what? I'm going to have mercy on you. You know what? I'll let you. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. It's okay. That's what you do. Look at certain people and say, man, he's very forgiving. He's very forgiving. People do things to him, do this, do that. And he's so merciful and forgiving that he look over it. That he look over it. That's the attribute of God, man. And that's what David had in him. Very merciful man. Dudes cursed him and kicked stones and spit at him. And his soldiers wanted to move on him. He said, nah. Help the soldiers back. He said, maybe God told him to curse David. That's why it happened. Huh? You heard his mentality? But later on, he told Solomon, he said, hey, he said, Shimei cursed me with a grievous curse. He said, don't allow his head to go down to the grave in great head. So he gave him stipulations. He said, you,
Probation for life.
he said, I can't kill you for what you did to my father, because my father said, let him go. He said, you're a wise man. So he told Shimei, he said, yo, remain in Jerusalem. Don't leave Jerusalem. In the day that you leave Jerusalem, he said, thou shalt surely die. Next thing, his servants get up and he moved and left. 3 years later. Somebody came and told the town and said, man, your servant left. He got up, left Jerusalem to go get his servant to come back. Solomon looked down. He said, man, first thing he said, man, you broke the oath of God. Anything you agree with, listen, anything you agree to and you broke your oath. If I can't keep what you just said to me, then I gotta say, well, I can't keep it. I can't hold it. Don't hold that to me. That's when my partner said, hey, what time you coming back? I said, well, I'm not gonna give you a time, because now I'm putting constraints on myself that I have to come back at 6. But I'll be back. And sometimes I'll be back at 6. Sometimes what I'm doing takes longer, so I have to come back 6:37. But I never put a time on it so I don't sin against God. Because I done agreed to something that I wasn't able to keep.
He told us that. That's right.
I agreed to something that I wasn't able to keep.
He told us that.
That's right. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Have mercy upon me,
Have mercy upon me, O God.
according to thy loving kindness.
According to thy loving kindness.
According unto the multitude.
According to the multitude of thy tender mercies.
Blot out my transgressions.
He said, blot out my sins. You know what blot out means? To cause your sins to disappear.
Resist them.
Means it ain't there no more. That's what Nathan the prophet told King David. He said, don't worry. He said, your iniquities have been erased.
Clear.
That what you did? He said, but he still punished him for it. Raised up and stirred up trouble in his house.
He was good.
But David was good.
Yeah.
David was good.
Yeah.
David was good. Whatever he did, it started hitting his children felt it. It started getting crazy. He asked God, he said, to cause your sin to disappear or to remove something unpleasant from your thoughts. We move on things that comes to our head without thinking if it's correct or not.
Move wicked thoughts.
Ideas and opinions comes in your head without putting the brakes and saying, well, is it correct by God? Is it in violation of God's commandments? You can't act upon every thought that comes to your cotton picking head, man. You can't do that, man. Because sometimes thoughts and ideas and opinions comes to your head and it ain't right. But you entertain it. It ain't right, man. We are sitting here to better ourselves. Notice the problem? I'm telling y'all that, but y'all not telling yourself that. You gotta tell yourself that. That I'm sitting in this chair and these couches to better myself before God. Tell yourself that, man. And stop making me go, man. Lord have mercy.
Talk about it.
You're not sitting in these chairs for nothing.
Talk about it.
Let's read, man. And then you teach these laws and these ways to people, and you don't see no difference.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
You don't see no changes.
Wake up, wake up, Israel, wake up, Israel. That's right. You're right. Teach.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Y'all crazy,
Talk
man.
about it.
Y'all crazy.
Talk about it.
Y'all crazy. All those Israelites and those other camps is crazy. Everybody done went crazy.
Yes, sir.
They all went mad.
Yes, sir.
Like I would say, not me. How I said, not me. Let's go. Cause
4. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity.
wash me thoroughly from my iniquities.
And cleanse me from my sins.
Wash me thoroughly from my iniquities and clean me from my sins. Hear that, man? This is what I make my psalms and my prayers to. And this is how look, these guys, stop looking on the internet for prayers. Because these are prayers from people that have not gained the attention of God. I'm going to say my prayers from a man that has been accepted by God. And he has been inspired by God. And because of his inspiration in God, he wrote the whole book of Psalms. And God accepted it. God accepted those prayers. God accepted those prayers, man. So that's the only prayer that I come up with and I pray and I say with. When you start coming up with your own prayers, my head, look, I ain't praying with you.
Hands too filthy.
I ain't praying with you. Because you're freestyling and coming up with all these prayers that I never read here in the books.
It's not hip hop. It's not hip hop.
Let's go.
For I acknowledge my transgression.
Oh my gosh. I said, oh my gosh.
I'm wrong.
Why we have a hard time acknowledging we was wrong?
I admit I'm wrong.
Why we have a hard time saying I'm wrong?
I have sinned.
Why we have a hard time saying I have sinned?
I committed iniquity.
Why we have a hard time saying I have committed iniquity? Why? Because in order to get better, I got to accept my faults to get better. I can't get better if I don't accept my wrong. That's the healing process. This is called the healing process. Accept your fault with God so you can get better with God. And in getting better with God, now I become better with you all, with people, with what's before me. Because I'm bettering myself first with God. I'm bettering myself first with God. Now, because I'm bettering myself first with God, I become better with people. And the person that's not bettering themselves in God, they look at you and say, they doubt you. You say, man, I keep telling you, man. I keep telling you, they doubt you. You know, you gotta give a person the benefit of the doubt until proven different. That's what the court said. Guilty, no, innocent to proven guilty. I ain't gave you a reason to look at me and or look at this one, or this person never gave you a reason, or that person never gave you a reason to doubt that person's capabilities to move in righteousness. Never doubted that. Never gave you a reason to doubt that. Because the person always pushed for God. And because you push for God, it don't mean that you're going to be perfect. Sometimes you're going to slip up and mess up. But my ways or the person's ways and his determination is still towards God. How do I know that? Because I read it in the book. And I only speak according to what I read in the book.
That's right. That's right.
That's why.
That's right.
Let's read.
For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my iniquity is ever before me.
My iniquities is always before me. Which means what? When your sins is always before you, I didn't forget what I did. He said, this guy is walking around like he ain't did no wrong. He act like he ain't did no wrong. You got people like that, you know? Walking around like nothing, like he ain't did no wrong. No guilt, no consciousness, no way, no thinking of way. Say, well, I need to correct nothing. Walking around like he ain't did no wrong. King David said, my iniquities is always before my face. Why is it? Why your iniquity should always be before your face so you don't repeat it and keep doing it over and over? Which means you have learned. Listen, you violate. I got to remember. I said, man, I was wrong for doing that. And the only way not to repeat it is to keep that in mind of what you did. Keep that in mind of what you did and correcting yourself, man. Tom Sheep.
Against thee alone have I transgressed.
Facts. 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 I ain't sin against you. It ain't your laws. I ain't sin against you. It ain't your laws. I ain't violate you. It ain't your laws. This is God's laws, man. And you're only in violation for what God said. You're in violation.
That's right.
It's the only way you are in violation or in any type of wrong. When you violate what God said is wrong. When God said it's wrong, now you're wrong. You don't care about what you said.
That's right.
You think I care about what you said that I'm wrong by and God ain't said it's wrong?
That's right.
You need to stuff that way up in your colon and let it and release it in the toilet.
That's right.
And when you release it in the toilet, flush it. Get rid of those feelings. Get rid of it. Stuff it. Listen, let's read.
Against thee alone have I
Against thee only have I sinned
and done that which is evil in
and
thy sight.
done this evil in thy sight.
So that thou art justified in thy sentence.
Uh-oh. You hear what King David said? He said, listen, O Most High. He said, against thee did I violate, did I sin against thee. Now you're justified in whatever you put upon me. You hear that? Whatever you do to me, God, he said you justified and you correct and you right. God is justified in whatever he do to us. Because we're living our lives in iniquities. We ain't perfect, man. I don't see no good man and no good woman. If you're not breaking yourself to serve God and do these laws, because that's what's going to make you a good man. This is what's going to make you a good woman. Let it go. 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 For crying out loud. Let it go so you can save yourself from yourself. Let it go so you can save yourself from yourself. Because if you don't let it go, you can't elevate. You're not going to progress with God. You're not going to progress in life. You're not going to progress in doing these laws, commandments, and statutes because you have certain hang-ups in you that's against God that you need to let go.
That's right. Holding you back.
And it's holding you back. It's holding you back. What? Sorry. People ain't gonna see it, man.
No, not for everybody.
I want you to see it.
Yeah.
I want you to see it, and I want you to understand it. And I want you to love God. And I want you to get strength in God and start doing these laws.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Because God don't delight in the death of the wicked.
That's right.
No,
That's right.
He don't delight in the death of the wicked. But that the wicked change from his ways
Right.
and commit to the laws and the commandments of God. Let's read. Where we at?
So that thou art justified in thy sentence and clear in thy
What verse you at?
My book says 7. 7. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity.
Okay. He said, behold.
Behold, I was
Right?
shapen in
Hold
iniquity.
up.
Yeah.
Hold up. Hold your horses, brother.
Okay.
He said, behold, I was shapen in iniquity. You know the word for shapen? The word for shapen is kolality. Kolality means to be born in sin. He said, I was born in iniquity. Just like you. Just like us. We all was born in iniquity and sin.
That's why we got to do this.
And this is why God is so merciful that he preserved this book called the Old Testament. So we have a way.
We have one way to get out.
We have a way
to get out.
to learn what is iniquity, the way God wants you to be, the way you shouldn't be. We got that book to show us. We got the book here to show you, but we play with it.
We open it from the back.
He said, yeah. What verse I said, behold, I was shapen in iniquity. Go ahead.
And in iniquity did my mother conceive me.
And in iniquity did my mother conceive me. Tom, she.
Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts.
Behold. Oh my goodness. He said, thou desirest truth. In what?
In the inward parts.
In the inward parts. This is heavy. When I looked up the word inward parts, you know what inward parts is? That's the inside. That's what you have in you. That's the real you. That's who you are. He said God desires truth to be within you, in your inward parts. Right? The word for inward parts is tukah. Tet, het, hey. You know what it means? You know what it means? The reins of man. Your reins is what limits and control you. That's why it come a point of time in life when you get serious with God, men start controlling themselves against things that is against God. Men start limiting, drawing the line. He said, nah. Like the song said, the things I used to do, I do them no more. Huh? So you put a limit and say, man, I'm not going past that no more. I used to live that way. Only thing I care about, God believe.
I need to go.
God got it. God believe me, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Because guess what? That's the only thing that counts. God believes you. That's it. And your parents. That's it. Everything else could fly in the wind. Like, hey, don't matter. Don't matter, man. God is the one that put truth. He said, God desires truth in your inward parts. I said, God is the one that put truth and wisdom in your inward parts of man, which is your reins. Right? That is what controls you and limits you. That's why one person would understand more and accept more about God than some. Because God, you got a certain amount of good in you that you will see this and acknowledge it. But then when you try to explain to old little Tootsie Roll, You try to explain it, Tootsie Roll can't see it. Yeah, I call him Tootsie Roll. He can't see it. He don't understand it. And he still rejects it. Determines what you accept and what you don't accept. Tells me how much good you have in you.
That's right. Say it again.
It tells me how much good you have in you.
No good. That's why God turned you away.
That's right.
And prevented you from coming.
That's right. Tells you how much good you have in you. You better learn the ways of God, how God works, how this God works. We ain't serving no fake God deities.
This is a holy God.
This is a holy God, man.
Nah, this ain't no.
Come on, man. This ain't no dude on the cross, man.
Enjoy.
Nobody ever heard nothing like this.
Enjoy.
Come on, man. Let's go, man.
Do that on Pampers.
Let's go.
Therefore, teach me wisdom in the inmost.
What verse you at?
So end of 5, 6. Purge me with hyssop.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Purge me
Verse
with
6.
hyssop, and I shall be clean.
Yeah, okay. Purge me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's another banger. Right? He said, behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden parts thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Right? He said, purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. You know what a purge is? The word for purge is tikat, tikateni. The root word is kata. It means to purify or to disinfect. So when you purify something, it said to remove contaminants from. God start removing things from you, from your spirit that contaminates you. That blemish your spirit and disinfect you. It cause to put a blot or blemish and distance you between God. God start removing those things from you. You can't see that. You can't detect that with the naked eye. It's a spiritual thing. Only God sees the disinfectants and the contamination that's on your spirit that needs to be removed. To purge means to rid, this goes deeper. Purge means to rid someone of an unwanted quality, condition, or feelings. How you feel? Don't always gotta be right. You gotta swallow at how you feel. And start leaning towards how God feels. Huh? The qualities. Your qualities is what you about. It's you. Go ahead, read.
Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow.
Make
me to hear joy and gladness.
Make me to hear joy and gladness.
That the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice.
That the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. You know what that means? I said, you know what that means? It means your spirit has been broken. I broke myself. God broke you. And that's the only way that we will begin to accept everything in this book. You have to break your spirit. You got to break your spirit.
Allow yourself.
You got to break your spirit. Sorry.
That's what it means by breaking yourself.
And certain things will start happening and transpiring when you break your spirit.
That's correct.
Well, I used to move that way. I used to think that way. And I always thought that it was right according to how I felt. But God, when I read here, it says different. I have to lean towards what God says and accept what God says. But in order to do that, you got to accept God to be your God.
No doubt.
Let's read.
Hide thy face from my iniquities and blot out all my transgressions. Create in me a clean heart.
Create in me a clean heart. Yeah. We all need to be saying that. All the men and the women in here should be asking God to create in them a clean heart, because your heart is not clean. Your heart is not clean. You got a filthy heart. I see mud. I see dirt hanging from it. Filthy. Clean mind. Clean thoughts. You know what create bara means, or form. Only God can do that.
Create.
You can't do it yourself because God is removing sin and replacing it with good. That's when God is creating you a clean heart. He's creating me a clean heart because he done removed a lot of iniquities and faults and things that was against God. He removed it and replaced it with good. Not 100%. I said not 100% because certain things I frown at. Certain things I reject. Certain things I ain't walking that way no more.
That's right. Me too. That's right.
So that's why God is creating a new heart in me. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about you.
Me too. Me too, gang.
Let's read.
Create in me a clean heart, O L, and renew a steadfast spirit within me.
Create in me. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Tom, see?
Cast me not away from thy presence.
He said, don't push me away from your presence, O Most High.
And take not thy Holy
He
Spirit.
said, don't remove your Holy Spirit from me. That good spirit that you have. I wrote a verse before, right? I said, I said something, and then I said, devils and angels sitting on shoulders. You know why I said that? Because sometimes you have good that come to you, and then sometimes evil thoughts come to you. That's the battle. That's the battle. Good and evil comes. And now you have to be able to discern what is good and what is evil. Which one I'm going to walk with, which one I'm going to reject. Let's read.
Restore to me the joy of thy salvation.
Uh-huh.
The last verse. Take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of thy salvation.
Uh-huh.
And uphold me with a willing spirit. Then I will.
Okay, cut that. One more. Go to verse 17. This verse 17. Same chapter, but verse 17. The sacrifice, I'll read it. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. That's number one. That's number one. That's number one. That's the first step to accepting what God says. You have to break yourself. A broken spirit, a humble spirit. A humble spirit, because if your spirit ain't humble, you're not going to accept that. You're going to go according to what you say is right. That's what's causing me to go along with what you say out of your cotton picking mind, because you don't have a humble spirit. You ain't even humble with God. It's a broken spirit, right?
A broken and a contrite heart.
And a broken and a contrite heart. You know what contrite is? Feeling or expressing remorse or penitence. All right? What is remorse? Deep regrets or guilt for a wrong you committed. You got to feel sorry for the things that you did that is against God. Right? That's a contrite heart. It's affected by guilt of your wrongdoings. Come on, man. We need to stop playing, man.
Say it again.
We need to stop playing.
Say it one more time.
We need so much more short space of time.
We need to stop playing, man.
Yes, sir.
And make your mind up
On what you going
on what you're gonna do
Yeah,
with your life up. Cause my mind is already made up.
Yeah.
I already know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I already know how I'm gonna live.
Yeah.
But we, as a people, as Israel,
Uh-huh.
not only here and the rest of these other camps, we gotta make our mind up whether you want to serve God or not. Don't ride the fence. Make your mind up, man. And with that, I already got what was bought, and I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
Call up the
Shalom.
next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika. Man, love you.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. And through respect to my father and my teacher and my leader, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. You know, due respect, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, visitors. I've been trying to talk about forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. We'll go to Genesis 17. Be when we ready.
Genesis chapter 17. And when Abraham was 99 years old, Israel appeared to Abraham and said to him, I am the Almighty El. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between
He said Abraham, God been appearing to Abraham now. But at this certain time, when he hit 99 years old, God appeared to him and said, like he always do, I am Almighty God. Walk before me. To walk before God is how you live your life.
That's right.
That's what it means to walk. All right? So he said, live your life before me and be perfect. There's only one way to be perfect because God said this is the way. He gave him those laws that we read about. Abraham lived it. Abraham did it. He didn't have nobody else there with him. He didn't have a buddy that did it. He didn't have a camp to go to. He didn't have a gathering, a congregation. It was just him.
That's right.
And his household after him.
Yeah.
You understand?
That's right.
Now, in his household, he had enough people. He had enough people to have a what? A gathering.
That's right.
A gathering of a group of people, you have to have 3 or more people to constitute that. So he didn't need a nation yet. The nation came out of him. It was established with this man. This is how you be perfect. He said, now I will read.
And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply the exceedingly.
I'm going to make a deal with you. A covenant is a deal, a pact, an agreement between 2 or more parties that we all agree to.
Right.
That's what the covenant is. So God said, I'm going to make a covenant. I'm going to make a deal between you and me. This deal is between me and you.
Right.
I'm not making this deal with everybody else. Everybody else ain't accountable to this deal. When I say everybody else, I mean the world. At that time, it was just Abraham, one man, not a group, nobody.
That's right.
Only him. Because of how he lived, why he got this deal with God.
Right.
Okay? And he said, I will multiply thee exceedingly, meaning you're going to have a lot of lineage and descendants coming out of you.
Right.
You're going to have a lot of people to come out of you that's going to branch out of you. Tamshi.
And Abraham fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, as for me, behold, my covenant is with you.
Now, I got to make this perfectly clear because everybody takes everything and goes off. He said, Abram fell on his face. You know why he fell on his face? Because he heard God's voice. Once he heard God's voice, he fell on his face. Abraham, by now, he's educated in the ways of the Most High. Okay?
Right.
He's educated in the ways of the Most High. Sometimes, when your parents yelling at you and they say, sometimes it's best to put your head down. Don't stare them down. Put your head down. That's a sign of respect.
Break yourself.
Show that, I still have fear for you.
Break yourself.
For what you're saying.
Yes,
Man.
honor your presence.
Say, nah, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Show humbleness. That's what helps you break the spirit to serve God and to keep his commandments. So he fell on his face and God talked with him. But when God talked with him, he couldn't see, even if he didn't fall on his face, he couldn't see him. It's out of sign of respect and honor for God, because this is God. This is God. So he fell on his face and God is speaking with him. And this is what he's telling him as he's on his face, Tamshi.
As for me,
Tamshi, when you hear me tell the reader the Tamshi, it means read.
Right.
Tamshi.
As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Now there shalt thou name any more, because
Now, there are millions of people that came out of Abraham. Okay? The Israelites were the main ones. They're the ones that this deal goes through.
Right.
He had a son named Ishmael, which are the Ishmaelites, okay? Which are most of the Arab nations you see out here now. They descend from Ishmael, okay?
Right.
Ishmael went into Egypt and had families and descendants in Egypt, okay?
Right.
Then, after Sarah died, he had another wife called Keturah. They had like 7, 8 more sons. You see the 12 princes of Arabia right now? That's where they come out of. Most everybody over there in the Middle East, all those guys, yeah, they all came out of Abraham. We call them subcultures. But the one that God kept his covenant with and kept himself known to, okay, was through his son Isaac. Isaac had a son named Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons.
12 tribes.
And that's how you got the nation of Israel, the Israelites. That's when the Israelites started. Abraham wasn't an Israelite. He was a Hebrew.
Right.
Anybody could be a Hebrew. Abraham was born in Babylon. Do you know how they live in Babylon? All form of witchcraft is done in Babylon. This is where Abraham came from. This is where Abraham came from. And guess what? Guess what? God appeared to him out of nowhere and said, drop that. And he dropped it.
That's right.
And he did all kinds of stuff where they burned their kids. Y'all don't know Babylon. Y'all don't know all this stuff you see. You shake your head here. It started in Babylon with Nimrod. Okay? That's where he came out of. And to prove that there's no excuse, when he appeared to him, he believed everything God told him.
Yeah.
He said, yo, drop that. And if you serve me and do what I say, because this is the way to be. He said, listen, I will do this for you. Everywhere you walk, your children will own it. And you write it down. There's a lot of stuff in that deal. There's a lot of benefits in that deal that's going to go down way after. Look, a lot of it ain't start to after Abraham died.
That's right.
A lot of it ain't kick into gear till Jacob had his sons. And certain things, a lot of things they did in here had to be done to perform the word of God. Don't criticize none of them. People like to, I hear stories that are not true about Abraham, about Moses. Moses told the people that, well, they ain't telling those people nothing about nothing in the New Testament. Right. Nothing in the New Testament. Nothing in the New Testament has anything to do with here in the Old Testament. Okay? Complete different times.
That's right.
Okay? When you turn the page, believe me, there's over 1,000 years pass when you get to that era. Most of it is myth, made out of Greek mythology.
Most of it is,
okay?
Most of the New Testament is myth.
It's myth.
Again.
They take real people
real.
And mix real lives into the lives of fake deities, fake gods. A God cannot be born.
That's right.
We are gods, but we are born because we are made after the appearance of God in the flesh. In the flesh. But the Most High God is not someone. He's not someone. He's not somebody.
With a belly button.
Okay?
With a belly button.
Okay? He wasn't born.
With a belly
He don't
button.
need to eat. He don't need air.
Come on, man.
He created air for us.
Come on, man.
There was a time air didn't exist. Okay? You can't chase God down and do no hurt to him because you can't see him.
Yeah,
and if you do see him, you melt and die and it just evaporates.
Yeah,
that's what he said. No man can see my face and die, Moses. He said, you so close to me. Look, if it was possible, I would show you my face. Because you that good, Moses. But I can't show you my face. But you get to see what I look like behind, though. You get to see what I look like from behind. So that's why at the beginning, Abram fell on his face.
That's what he said.
Okay.
God is the spirits of
I'm the God in the spirits of all flesh. I activate all life. I made what y'all call life. Anything that y'all call like, oh, that's this, that's that. He said, I made it. I made it. For you to be able to see it and point at it, I created your eyes for that. And your eyes have all of the little things. Oh, you got receptacles, you got this, all this scientific. God created all that. All that came into existence and moved on God's word. That's it. Give all the glory to the Most High God. All right? Let's start. Oh, man. Look. A plant really don't need water. A plant really don't need water. If God say grow, that seed gonna grow.
That's a fact. Just off his word. That's a fact.
And if you can accept that, then you will be able to see when God do certain things. Because no science and no mathematics, none of that goes along with the word of God.
That's right.
God said, I don't want gravity in the middle of the living room. There won't be no gravity there. That's it. He made gravity.
That's right.
But he made all these things for us to inhabit.
That's right.
Why do we worship the things that God created for us to use?
Right.
The sun was made to show us what time of the day it is. When it's daytime.
There's no sunbathing.
Okay? What?
Sunbathing is
Sunbathing.
sungazing.
Oh,
It's the
wow.
same thing.
I ain't never heard of that. Sunbathing? Whoa.
Now leave that alone, man.
Listen, the rays of the sun
Gotta leave that alone.
are symbolic with Greek.
Gotta leave that
Deities.
alone.
All right? That picture of Jake, anytime you see a picture of Jake, you see what? A halo. They call it a halo. Or you see angels with a halo. All that is a commemoration of the sun god, which Nimrod started way before any Christianity was made. That's where it comes from. Everybody on the planet at this time, when God's talking to Abraham, look, nobody knows what is right. Nobody at that time, everybody has their own God. Everybody's house has their own God. And you know who's your own God? Who died before you and your family. That was the first deity, the first gods. And they call them the God, my ancestors, the spirits of my ancestors. I'm going to get into and tell them that you let me know my future. All that stuff is diabolism, and it came from Nimrod. And it's hooked up with sun worship, astrology, astronomy. That's why the signs and all that stuff, it dictates, Taurus, stay away from water today. All that comes from the alignments of the stars and planets we got no business dealing with. That's why he says, should you be driven to look up to the sun, to the moon, the stars, and all the hosts of heaven. Everything that you see, because there's a lot of things up there. Certain things up there, man still can't explain. That's why he said a host of heaven. But the main ones is the sun, the moon, and the stars. I'm going to tell you why. The sun, the day, Sunday, tomorrow, the day of the sun, the day of the worship of the sun, of the God of the sun. Okay? In Egypt, they call them Atum. Okay? You heard those words before. I'm saying it so you'll be familiar with it, because this has been getting pumped into the world every day. Every day. Nothing about Egypt and their civilization is glorious.
That's right.
Nothing about it was right. Because God told Moses on the day that I visit that nation, when God visit, look, the only good visit is when you're in jail, your family comes see you, your woman comes see you. That's the only good visit. And sometimes that ain't a good visit, because you're coming with bad news. Okay? But this visitation, meaning he is coming to deliver your payment or their payment for iniquity. The time is up. What he said about that bottom, that cup, their time was up. Egypt's time was up. At the same time, he's going to bring them out with what? A great and mighty hand. So you're killing two birds with one stone. He's breaking down one nation, and he's building up another one. Getting them out of slavery. You get them up out of here, because now this place is going to be destroyed. Do you think God doing that again?
No.
What nation is crying out to God now?
Nobody's crying out. Everybody's happy.
Who's bitterly crying out to God?
Nobody. Everybody's happy.
And making God remember Abraham, Isaac, and remember this guy that he's talking to right now, this covenant he made. It ain't happening. Everybody's happy. Everybody's trying to get a house, 401k, a car, good credit. These are the things that good is now.
That's
If
good.
you don't have that, you're not good.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
That's the standard today. Accept everybody and how they are.
Accept everybody how they are.
That's the standard today. That's being good today. That's not what God said. God said, I'm a holy God. I'm separated from all the people and the idols that they follow. Because the idols that they follow in the rules, it tell you you can accept this person. God over here say kill him.
God said kill a homo.
God over here say kill her. God over say kill them. There are certain death penalties. Violation of the Shabbat is a death penalty. Kindling and fire on the Shabbat is a death penalty. Dishonoring your father and your mother is a death penalty. There's a lot of death penalties in here. Okay? Okay? When you worship any other than the Most High God in any form or fashion, it's a death penalty.
It's a death penalty, man.
It's a death penalty. What else? We got more death penalty. What else? What else? This more. It's a couple more, but those are the main ones.
Right.
Those are the main ones. So you see what you could die for? Yeah, that's why we lean heavy on it. Because we have lived and been trained in a way where we see, oh wow, you think you know what honor is. We have been trained in a way to see, but no, man, it's more than what this is. What God say. God tell us how to love. But first of all, he said, man, love the Lord thy God. Give him the love first. The same way everybody else give their idol their love first. Right or wrong? Yeah. God said, give it to me. But I'm going to show you how to do it. Because you can't worship God the same way you worship that or this.
Say it again.
Or how you think worship is. You can't bring and say, you shall not do so unto the Lord your God.
Right.
Okay? That's why we tell you you can't make your own prayers. Not, he said, because he's a holy God. You know what holy means? Set apart to the service of God. Your prayers is set apart to the service of God. They got to be different. Yep. So, the only way is cemented and 100% validated that your prayers are holy is follow David. He set the standard. Some of these men set a standard that you don't have to do, you don't have to worry about.
That's accepted by God.
It's accepted by God to say, yo, this right here is for everybody. So later on, hundreds of years later, there was a king named Hezekiah. Because you had some bad kings. Yeah, we have more bad kings than good kings. David was the one that everybody was supposed to follow. He set the standard. He set the standard of what a king is supposed to be, and how a king is supposed to think, how a king is supposed to be with the people, how the king is supposed to be with God. Right. Everything he did was correct. That's why his one sin was erased, and that was a sin of death. Penalty of death.
That's right. That's right.
But he got special privilege because look, man, the guy only did this. He just, sometimes he ain't in his right mind. He's so good, he only did this right here. I ain't gonna do that to him, man. Listen, look. And then when he realized, when the prophet came to him and told him, he said, oh, shoot. He said, man, I said. He said, man, I said. He didn't say nothing else. He didn't get mad at nobody. No. He didn't take it out on nobody.
He didn't blame nobody.
He didn't blame nobody. He said, he just said, yo, man, I messed up myself. That's right. He said, yo, right after he said that, he was out there. He said, look, man, Most High told me to tell you, man, he erased your sin, don't worry about it. But what you did, you set off something.
Set off a reaction,
you
an automatic reaction.
You good because of how you've been moving.
Yeah.
But everybody around you ain't going to be too good.
Yeah.
What coming forth from you, you jammed them.
Yeah.
They ain't had no chance.
It's automatic.
It's an automatic thing because you're their father and who you are to me. That's why God did it like that. The punishment is greater because you're close to me. I put you up and you did this. I ain't gonna kill you, man. I ain't gonna do that. Because you know, man, I like you. But your sons, they're gonna get the sword. What you sent, what you killed Uriah with, I'm gonna put Moshe's sword in the house. That's why they did all that crazy stuff.
Yeah. Stirred up trouble.
That's why. It is not right. It wasn't right what they were doing. One guy raped his sister. That's not right. That's a death penalty. All right? But David, if you notice, Say, yo. He kept Amnon close to him.
Yeah.
David knew, bro.
Because he knew, yo, look, I know why my sons, they're not supposed to be bugging out like this. I know why they're bugging out. So come here, I'm gonna keep you close to me. Some or one of your sons, you keep closer than the other. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna understand until they stay in this and then they have sons. You understand? That's why that happened. David understood. He said, yo, man, and look, the same mercy God gave him, he gave his son. But then when another son came up now, he killed him. He said David was content. He wasn't upset. You understand what I'm saying? Because he already knew what God said. He already expected certain things that's supposed to be surprising to him. Because he already knows. That's why he told Joab, he told the captains now with the second son, he said, listen, man,
Leave him alone.
just bring him back here alive, unharmed. Yo, that's the king. Whatever he say, but see, you have subordinates. They be like, what's up with him, man? Now it's different because it's his son. See, all of that, man. You forget that's the servant of God. And a man concerning his son, mind your business. A man concerning his wife, mind your business. A man concerning his children, mind his house, mind your business. Look, for a man to have his household be commanded after him like Abraham is going to be a struggle and a hard thing. Sometimes you're going to have to act up and yell and be tight and angry. Abraham didn't have to do that. Oh, man, but because the woman now, we get it. No. They came out of Babylon. Why they dropped it so quick?
They did everything in
They did everything. What you think they didn't do, they did. Babylon, everything goes. There's a fire god that runs Babylon. Their God is a God they say made out of fire because they saw the mountain on fire. They saw the mountain on fire and heard a voice. So they said, we're going to worship fire. That's why God said, yo, Molech, the fire god, don't burn your children to them. This is why the people was doing it. They was doing this for generations and years. And then later on, it turned into a water god, which is Jake. This is why people baptize. They changed it from fire, instead of throwing the kids in the fire, to blessing them with water. How is this little bottle of water and all of a sudden holy now? What make it different? What made it different? God ain't got nothing to do with it. God gave us the water for us to use and drink. It belongs to us. How all of a sudden this water become holy? Only one way water become holy is in the holy habitat of God. By that altar. Anything by that altar is holy. That's why, look, in the temple, there's no cleaning. There's no taking no broom and sweeping. They didn't sweep in the temple. There's nobody cleaning up. Oh, we got to let the maid in. None of that.
Blood stains all over the place.
Yeah. Look, there's no roof because we burning stuff. And everything got to go up. How will God smell it?
Yes, sir. Rock the garments.
Okay?
Blood stains on it.
Yeah. You go ahead, but I'm dusting that dust.
Oh, yeah.
And look. In one situation, when a man is jealous of his woman, and he thinks she's been with another man, it happens. It happens. He could be wrong. Today now, different story. Woman are way more. They'll pick any reason to go off. Back then, women were more subservient to their man. He take her to the priest, and she drink water. But before she drink it, he take the dust of what? From around the altar. You know what that is? It's ashes, dirt, dust. Because nobody cleans up, so you get little dust bunnies right around. Get that up and he put that in the water. And she don't go by, I'm not drinking it. She's going to drink it. Because this is a holy situation going on. All right, she's in front of the high priest. Okay, that third ain't gonna do nothing to you. So we're gonna do two things. If she was committing adultery, what's gonna happen? It's gonna cause her belly to swell, and it ain't no baby in there.
And your thighs to rise.
And your thighs are gonna rise.
That's when you become chumba.
Okay. But now, if she didn't, and her husband was only moving off suspicion and feeling, then what happens? She gets pregnant.
And the Most High look at it as sin in the man.
And now you see, look, you blaming her.
You blame her.
You got to bring up her offering because she was wrong.
That's right.
But that's only for God. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
She can't simply say, okay, now you're going to bring your offering up. It didn't go like that. And he took his responsibility. He said, oh, okay, good. All right, I was wrong. Let me go get my offering. Have you ever heard of anything like that before?
No.
Have you heard of any situation being resolved like that before?
I never read about it. Never happened. It never happened in the book.
Nobody never had to do that.
Not one time.
Nobody never had to do that. I ain't heard a word, but one guy said, come here, man, I'm writing you a bill of divorce right now.
It happened.
David said, bring my wife back here now. Before we do any dealings or any peaceful talks, that's still my wife. I paid 100 foreskins for her. Bring her back. They bring her back.
I don't like putting away.
God said, God don't like putting away. That's why he's so merciful with Israel. Because he could have been put Israel away first time. Man, these people ain't gonna die already. Man, get out of here. He could have been did that. That's how we are. We ain't got no mercy enough. We hurry up, man. The relationship is over. The relationship is over. I don't want to do it no more. That's how the women do. The men don't act like that. They just disappear. See him no more. Yeah, I'm speaking facts, am I? I'm not up here speaking nothing wrong. I know how this goes. The woman say it, man play. They just bounce. And when you say, yo, man, what's up? You know what? Nah. For whatever reason. Y'all was just in a relationship. Relationships don't rock here. God don't like relationships.
Man have to divorce his wife.
You get married and you stay married. Even in today's society, when they get married in their ceremonies, they take vows, right or wrong. Like, you got your vows? Yeah, I got a whole bunch of vows here. But when I get mad at you, I don't stick to none of them. I want another woman now. When you get mad at me, you want a divorce. Uh-oh. You want to break up. But we took vows. You took vows. You took an oath to be with me. I took an oath to be with you, right? So, unless I say, well, look, if you get me mad, though, did I say that? Nah. You all in. They said, till death do us part. I'm just using what they say. Okay? They don't go by it. Christians don't go by what Christians are supposed to be. All right? They don't move. Oh, no, but I'm a Christian. No, you're not. Fronting. That cross around your neck is a lie. Because you're going against what Christians not supposed to do. Okay? So this whole thing is a big farce. That's just a religion for you to hold on to so you can keep sinning and you can be who you want to be and live your life out how you want to be comfortably. That's what it does. It keeps you weak. That's why we look crazy when we talk about this. Yeah, why you gotta get like that? Because you don't know yet. When you know, it's gonna get you excited.
It's gonna get you excited.
When you know,
just like
you get to that part, you're gonna get it. Like you're gonna, you might have to calm. Sometimes you gotta calm yourself down. That's what the zeal of God does. Sometimes you're like, okay, let me calm down. Yeah. But you're not there yet. We're gonna get there yet. Everything happens in time and in putting in work and dedication and commitment.
That's right.
What is commitment? When I commit to something, I don't never fail. I don't never fail. I'm not going to come here at 1 o'clock. Because I'm committed to be here to open up at a certain time every day. I'm committed. So I eat, breathe, live this. You're committed. This is first.
Yeah.
Then miscellaneous after. I'm committed. I want to be a rapper, but you're not committed to rapping.
In fact, this is included in everything.
This isn't everything.
This is
the word commitment. You have to commit to do these. And that's why he said, I'm giving you a deal right here. This is a deal. This is the chance and a deal of a lifetime.
Yes, neither shall thy name any more be called Abraham, but thy name shall be Abraham.
Now your name is not Abram. Your name is not Abram, it's Abraham, which means father of many nations, countless nations.
For father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed after thee in their generations, for the everlasting covenant.
And he did it by old couple, man. Old, well stricken in age. They old, man. And they was able to have a child. She was able to bear a baby and take labor pains in her old age and push out a son. And call his name Yitzchak. Because it means laughter. Because at the time when she heard God talking to her husband, she laughed. She didn't laugh out loud. She laughed inside. Because she said, man, wow, it ain't over yet. Because the time has passed. She passed menopause. She's past all of that. She's an old woman. And she's about to have a baby. That's unusual. That's rare. That's a miracle of God. And that child, so that child's so special. That's why Isaac came out, and everything that Abraham went through, and everywhere Abraham went, Isaac went.
She was clean.
Yeah, identical life.
She was the cleanest in her time.
She was clean, man.
Sarah.
Yeah. She said, look, man, and there was a certain point where she couldn't have children. She couldn't get pregnant. Just some women are like that. They just can't get pregnant. She said, look, man, I can't have a son for you, but she got servants. She got women that work for her.
Yeah.
She picked Hagar. Said, go in her tent, man. Go get that. Have a son.
I will have a son through him.
I will have a son for you through her.
Right.
It's just a vessel.
Yeah. Abraham
And then after that, God said, okay, now you're gonna have one coming out your own one. So you got extras. This is how, and this is why this is how he became the father of many nations. You're not gonna become the father of many nations with just one wife, just one woman. She can only have children at a certain time.
That's right.
You gotta have, in your lifetime, you gotta spit them out. They gotta come out.
Yes, sir.
This is why the men were allowed to have more than one wife. It's a privilege of God. Wife, not girlfriend, not, being promiscuous. So I got a bunch of women that have more than one wife so you can have more sons. I got 3 wives. They all pregnant. 2 of them got twins. Give you a good example. But a lot of people got twins. People shoot out twins. 2 of my women got twins. Right? One is the boy and girl. The other 2 is 2 boys. And 1 is a boy. That's a lot of boys. At one time. That's what happened with Abraham. Look at Jacob, how he got 4 women. See, because back then, everybody had their own riches, their own economy. Okay? You had your own money. You were your own bank. Okay? When a woman went to go get married to a man, she didn't come by herself. She had women servants. She had maids that catered to her. People were rich, man. So when Jacob got one wife, he got a maidservant that went with that wife. So he had 2 wives and 2 maidservants. And he took these 2 maidservants, Bilhah and Zillah, and had children with them. That's how the man was able to have 12 sons in his lifetime like that. See, the way of the heathen stops growth in Israel. The way of the heathen is, oh man, you can only be married to one woman. If you do that, it's bigamy. So that keeps your lineage down. If you have one son and he get dead, then now what? I can't be with nobody else. If something happened to her, she can't have children no more. You can't be with nobody else.
Man.
This was not how it goes. The world made it this way.
Man.
It got everybody brainwashed. Wife, though. Wife.
Right.
Because you're having sons, you're having daughters, and you're teaching them these commandments. So now you got 8 sons. They're all in the law doing this. They all spread out. They got their own crib, their own houses with law being done. And now they're having their sons with multiple. And that's how this got to be. We have to get rid of all the ideas, ways, and thinkings of the heathen. Because it stops us from growing. We're going to come to a generation where ain't nobody going to be doing. We're going to be dead. We're going to be dead. Right? Nobody going to be doing this. We're going to be dead, and nobody going to be doing this.
I want to be alive.
You know why? Because we cutting. The man and the woman, the way we moving with each other and how we building families is not correct. And that's why the structure ain't there. And that's why you got little kids with bald heads and little girls wearing mini skirts. And they were, oh yeah, he's born an Israelite. Wow. And they still go to the camp.
Yeah.
And they still dressed like this.
Yeah.
Guy been there for 10 years. His name is still Jerry.
Yeah.
Woman been there for 2 years. Her name is still Becky.
Yeah.
Her name is still TT.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, man. You got to switch this up. So this was Abraham's switch up and elevation. He said, I will establish, verse 7.
And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed after thee in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be an El to thee and to thy seed after thee. And I will give to thee and to thy seed after thee the land in which thou dost sojourn, all the land of Canaan,
All the land of Canaan.
for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. And El said to Abraham, thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee.
He said, this is the deal now. All right? This is the deal.
It's the deal.
This is what's going. This is the beginning of everything. This is the real beginning of this relationship of me being your God and you being my people and following my commandments. This is what seals the deal here, and this is when you really begin to serve God. Time sheet.
Every man child among you shall be circumcised.
Every man child among you shall be circumcised. I want to commend this brother right here. I want to commend this brother because he got circumcised last week. He got circumcised last week. And that's what we clap for. He got circumcised, man. That's what's up. I'm not going to say, yo, man, his son's birthday is tomorrow. We don't do that. This is what makes us so different. This is what, look, this is a holy God. And according to these commandments, what we get happy about got to be different. What we celebrate got to be different. What we commend and honor and look up to got to be what God say. So that, I look up to that, bro. You hear me, man?
Throw something back out there,
because nowadays, look, in my generation, I have friends that grew up with me. And in that generation, circumcision wasn't a problem back then. I could tell my homeboy, yo, man, go get circumcised. Real. So, all right, man, I'll do it. And they did it. But in this day, I give you a lot, man, because I see you struggling. And everybody else in your peers, it was like, oh, man, that's going to hurt. You ain't hear Abraham say that. You ain't hear Abraham say that. They've been getting circumcised. He's got kids, babies getting circumcised. And it was good. So I said, you're going to be good. Listen to them. So you took courage to do that. You took courage to do something that the world ain't doing because they're about to stop circumcision all the way. Just in time. Good. And you're getting your son going. Good. You are more inclined, and now God will say, okay, I'm gonna open them up more now. And let me see if he's gonna do it now. So don't mess your opportunity up. Commend you. Now you gotta pick a name. Can't keep calling you the street name now. Now you pick a name.
No more dick blame.
We got something for you tonight. All right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
This
This is a happy occasion. Tonight we party. I'm a drink. I don't drink every night. It has to be an occasion. This is the occasion. This is what we this is the party now. Now see, if we really was on it like that, and everybody really get it on like that, the next person that gets circumcised, it's gonna be like when you celebrated your birthday, and Christmas. Rent a hall or something.
Yeah, talk about
You get food, bricks, boom, 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 boom,
Talk
boom,
about
boom.
it. Talk about
Yeah, that's what we do,
it. Talk
man.
about it.
Because he said, I'm a holy thing. Joshua chapter 24. He said, yo, you can't do God's law. You're not able to do his commandments because he's a holy God and you're not holy. You still got gods in your pockets. He said, get rid of all the gods that are among you then, if you're going to do what he said. That was the conversation in that chapter. That's what it was all about. He said, hold up, let me call everybody here, man, because I don't know. They got this thing twisted. So I'm going to let y'all know. This is about the law being done. Forget the identity of the Israelites and who's really Israelite, who's really not, who's white, who's black. Forget that. It's not about that. Those are what you call distractions.
You're racist.
Okay?
Talk about
Those are distractions.
Talk about
That racial stuff. Leave that alone.
Yeah,
Don't
you're
get into
racist,
that.
nigga.
Now watch out for it, because somebody out there that don't like your skin color. I don't care what color you are.
Of course.
There's always somebody that don't. I don't like white people. I don't like black people. I don't like Goyas. I don't like Spanish. I don't like this. That's the heathen. That's their distraction.
Ain't got nothing to do with
That's
the
a
law.
deep distraction. It got nothing to do with the law.
Yeah, talk about
If you got one eye and you're a color I've never seen before, but you want to serve God, I am not supposed to block you.
it. That's right.
I am not supposed to tell you nothing to discourage you from serving God.
Talking about
That's a curse on me, man.
he's a green boy.
Nah. You can't do that.
Yeah. Talk about
One time, went to the basketball court, trying to get playing with the big dudes. Everybody's picking. Nobody picked me. I said, yo, I want to play, pick me. He said, nah, shorty, but you don't know how to play. I said, I will never learn how to play if you don't pick me. I come here every day to play. Y'all got to pick me. Let me play. Started playing. So you can't stop somebody who want to serve God. But most of the time, you're going to get people who don't want to serve God.
That's right.
Okay? But you got certain individuals that have the heart to do it, man. Abraham was the only one on the planet in his time that God looked and said, man, if I show him, he gonna walk before me and be perfect. And then later on, he told his son, yo, man, your father, when he was alive, he followed all my commandments, all my laws, all my statutes. He followed my voice. He obeyed my orders. But he obeyed commandments that was personally for him right then and there. Orders that was not in the law. These are the laws, the general orders. Just like your parents. You got the general orders, and you got the laws of your father, the laws of your mother. You know what that is? Certain things your father don't like. He don't want you to do it. Your mother don't mind, she don't care about that one, but then she got certain things she don't like. Those are the laws and the precepts of your mother and father. That's how you honor them. You know what I'm saying? So practice makes perfect.
Sure.
It makes perfect, Tamshi.
Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin. And it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you.
This is the token. This is the sign. This is a sign, a physical sign.
The agreement.
The agreement that you are part of that agreement that was set up in this ancient day, whatever day this was on. You are part of that.
That's the covenant. Yes,
You are not like the people You are not like the uncircumcised. Yeah, it may sound pompous, but that's what it is. You are not like the uncircumcised. He said, look, man, you can have a daughter, but we cannot allow our daughters to get married to people who are uncircumcised. She said, look, another later on in history, Samson's mother and father said, why would you pick a daughter of uncircumcised Philistines when you got women of your own here? Now, the women don't get circumcised and uncircumcised, but they're under the banner of the men, okay, that are not circumcised. They live the way those men standard life.
They came from the uncircumcised.
That came from the uncircumcised.
Yeah.
Born of the uncircumcised. So when you pull up over here, there's a lot to switch over on. Physically, and all my father said, this is 99% spiritual, 1% physical.
That's right.
It's more spiritual.
But once you get these physical laws and treatment with each other and being appearance on Shabbat on certain days, after that, you're good. You don't eat certain things, you don't wear certain things, you don't touch certain things, and then you're good. But that's not it after that. Because I got a lot of stuff in here that's not good. So that's your life. Keeping with these physical laws so that your spirit stay intact. Time sheet.
And this shall be a token of the covenant between me and you.
Mm-hmm.
And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you.
Now, this was because we didn't have to go to hospitals. You know who did that? Every father in the house. Abraham, he's the one, he did himself, and he did every male in the house. He said, whether a man be born in your house, because you had servants. Servants is people who work for you. Abraham was rich. So everything, your servants is under the banner of your household. The servant, these servants back then, they don't come in. They live there with you. They live there. I may marry my servant, my maid servant. Or I may marry her to one of my sons. You understand what I'm saying? They own them. So you guys got to get circumcised too. You can't have nobody uncircumcised around. That's right. Or coming in my house. That's right. Yeah, it's a big deal. That's the beginning of being holy. You are able to do these laws and then be accepted towards God. Right. Tongue sheet.
Every man child in your generations, he that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, who is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house and he that is bought with money must needs be circumcised.
Must needs be.
You know what that means? It's mandatory.
Mandatory.
You have to do it. You got to get it done. Some shit.
And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant.
Everlasting.
And the uncircumcised man child. The
Yeah,
flesh,
you see what they call it? They don't call him baby. The uncircumcised man child. It's a child, but he's still a man. I said, man, don't baby him. Leave him alone. Yeah, that ain't good. Let him be a man. Stop with this demasculating, this feminizing the boys and the men. Y'all don't see it? The girls and the woman, the little girls and the woman are being masculinized. They are being taught to be men or be like men or have ways like men, but do the things that only men did, women do now. Things that only men say, women say now, right?
Yeah.
And they ain't even got one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vice versa.
And it's vice versa. It's vice versa. Don't fall into that trap. You cannot allow your children to have sleepovers with heathen kids. Look, Israelite kids too. Yeah, a lot of perverted stuff go on. A lot of perverted stuff go on. Things that ought not go on. It becomes scandalous. People try to throw it under the rug. That's why you gotta watch everybody, man. Guard your children. Guard your children. Because everybody's trying to destroy their minds from following this. It's a struggle with the adults. We have a thing to keep let alone a child. It's easy to get them thinking against you. I know people who try to turn children against their own parents. Try to turn brother against brother. Yeah, man. Yeah, instigators of wickedness. Don't let nobody get in, man. Don't let nobody seep in. Don't let nobody get in your woman's head. Don't let nobody get in your children's head. Because that's how they look. After they get them away from serving God, you ain't gonna see them people around no more. They ain't gonna care about you or your family. Their job is to stop you from saying, "Thus saith the Lord."
Right.
Wicked people don't even understand why they get mad when we talk like this.
That's right.
I'm gonna say it again. I've been saying this for months. Y'all don't believe me, and y'all starting to see it. Most Israelites on this planet serves deities.
That's
They
right.
serve Jake. They are down with the New Testament.
That's right.
All right?
That's right. They cut off.
Don't, oh yeah, it's like, yeah. You're gonna have to ask some questions. The first question you gotta ask Israelite when you meet them is, yo, you down with Jake? You down with the cross?
That's right.
Are you down with the cross? Oh yeah, no, I ain't down with the he was a prophet. He was black. Duh. He wasn't black, he wasn't white, he didn't exist.
Didn't exist, man.
There was a man named Nimrod that defied God. He was mad at God for flooding the world, killing his ancestors. He came out of the line of Ham. Okay? And he took it upon himself to rule the world. He said, well, God ain't ruling the world. I'm gonna rule the world. And that's when he went to Nineveh and took over Nineveh. That's Babylon. That's the main city in Babylon. Okay? No, main city in Assyria. Nineveh is the main city, the capital city of Assyria. Then he went to Calne. Then he went here. He went all over, and he became king everywhere. And he established what we call today religion, what we call today paganism, what we call today the occult, what we call today, what's that thing? Dianetics. Remember that thing, that book, Dianetics? And science, Church of Science, Moors, the science of Moorism. It's where all these things come from. Astronomy, astrology, biology. Y'all be surprised, a lot of things in school come from ancient pagan worship. Everything that God set up for man how to live, Nimrod said the opposite. God said, look, you only eat what come out of the waters, can only have fins and scales. Scales, those plates that you see people fishing off for the fish, right? They scraping it off. It has to have that. If it got smooth skin and no scales, you can't eat it. And it has to have fins. That means turtles is out, but people eat turtle soup.
Shark got fins with no
Okay.
scales.
Sharks got fins with no scales. Mackerel got fins with no scales. I don't mess with tuna. Tuna is too wishy-washy.
Yeah.
There's too much stuff going on with
Yeah.
tuna. I was taught in the ancient
Talk about
Benai, the
that it
first
has no-
order of all Israelites.
Yeah.
When in doubt, do without. I don't know if the blood is in there or not. I ain't touching it. I don't know if this is unclean or not. I ain't messing with it. I don't know. I'm not dealing with it. I don't know if I'm going to be late or early today, so guess what? I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to deal with the vacation.
I don't know
I'm
if
not
the
going to
scales.
deal.
I don't know if the scales really fall off.
I don't know that.
Really? Scales
I don't know
fall
that.
off?
I don't know if it's
Scales
really
fall
fish
off?
that only have scales around their neck.
Come on, man.
I've never heard of that. That's new to me.
Come on.
I don't know. I'm good with not knowing.
Yeah,
I just won't mess with it.
yeah.
At least I know one thing. Look, but that thing was good. Okay, good. It was good. I ain't mess up.
Hey.
I ain't miss nothing.
Hey.
But if it was a violation of law in there, now that's a problem.
Good point, bro. That's the only fish where scales fall off when they come out the water.
I've been hearing about that
Come on.
since a kid,
That's right. You get points for that. You get points for that.
and I still don't Never heard.
Come on,
It's a
son.
myth.
Come on. Come on.
Most of all the tuna I see ain't got no scales.
Come on, man.
I haven't seen them with my eyes.
Come on, man.
Okay? They making a lot of stuff. They making fish.
Yeah,
That's why we go and buy fish. Yeah, it's the Jewish people. Certain things, they got it. They got that heritage out here, right?
Yeah.
And certain things they stick by that go is in accordance to the law. They get their fish, okay? Lies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not no lab made up fish, and they're not hybrid. Because you got fish that are one fish from another fish, another kind. They're doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I seen a thing where a guy took a piece, he got pieces of fish whiting in a bowl. And he grabbed a piece of the whiting and he squeezed. A bunch of water come out of it. When he opened his hand, it looked like a wet piece of tissue. You know, you take wet tissue and squeeze all the water out, and you still got your fingers, it looked like your fingers molded it. That's how the fish look. Then he said, now watch this. And he put it back in, and he in the water, and that thing floated back up and looked like a piece of fish. He said, look, so you can't buy. See that flesh? We ain't supposed to be eating flesh. Why? You don't know. Look, I'm not going to tell you don't know. They don't take the blood out. The people who do the slaughtering of these animals, they don't live by this.
Yeah.
They're going to sell it. However you get the meat, it comes with the blood. Okay? So it has to be soaked out. But never mind that. How did it die? You had to make sure this animal died by being killed for the purpose. How do you know this animal wasn't sick or died of a sickness? Because we're not supposed to eat animals or any meat from an animal that died of itself. And you know, this is you go downstairs to that store right now, there's 1,000 things down there that's expired. Okay? And they're still on the shelf. They're still going to require all the money for it. Okay? That's how they sell your food. It's fast food. It's big business. These people don't care about this. This is obsolete. What we're doing is not nothing. Most people ain't even heard of it. They said, what laws? There's no laws in the Bible. No, it's laws in the Old Testament. You ever heard of the 10 Commandments? They say, yeah. Well, what you think commandments are? That's how much of a murky spirit is all over the world.
Yep.
Nobody could wake up on their own and be like, wait a minute, hold up. Let me see something. Okay, so this is what this I should not steal. This is where it comes from.
Yep.
A lot of man's laws stem from these laws with twerks, watered down. But these laws, they don't cut one way. They cut every which way. Every which way. Once you violate, once you wrong, you get it. Time sheet.
And the uncircumcised man-child, the flesh of whose foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant.
I don't care how many Shabbats he come to. It's not going to work. But after a while, you ain't going to see him no more. You know what I'm saying? Certain laws, you have to hurry up. And look, Abraham, once God told him this, he immediately, that day, after God spoke with him, he got up, did himself, did his sons, did the servants that same day. Once you hear the word, you have to jump on it now. If you don't jump on it now, that means you disassemble and you reject it in your heart. Yo, your insides are us, our makeup, our being is tainted, man, with what is called wickedness. Naturally. You won't recognize it unless you on point with these commandments, don't you?
And Elohim said to Abraham, as for Sarai, thy wife, thou shalt not call her Sarai, her name is Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her and give thee a son also of her.
Look, when the man get promoted, his wife get it too, because she riding with him.
Yeah.
God ain't gonna do it. Oh no, this only man. But yo, your name is not Sarai no more. Your name is Sarah, mother of many nations. You say you the example for all women.
Messengers.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Time sheet.
I will give thee And I will bless her, and I will give thee also a son of her, and I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall issue from her. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, shall a child be born to him that is 100 years old?
Look, Abraham laughed too. But it's not like disbelieving, like, get out of here. It wasn't that. It was like, Lord, I'm going to have a son. That's how much he believed God's word. That he already hyped. Once God tells him, oh, man, yeah, I already know it's going to go down. He hyped because he knows his descendants going to get the land. Yeah. Tell she.
And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, give birth? And Abraham said to Elizabeth,
That's why he laughed. He said, man, we so old, man, we going to have a kid. Huh, wow. that blew his mind, tell she.
And Abraham said to El, oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. And El said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed.
So now he's like, oh, wait a minute. About Ishmael. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that he would live before you. Like, you know what I'm saying? So look. I love all my children, man. I love all my children. But I had this one in a different, God was involved with this one more, right? But still, I love Ishmael. What about him? So he's going to tell him about Ishmael right now, Tamshi.
And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant. And with
he said, I got him. I got Ishmael too. I got a deal for him too, Tamshi.
And with his seed after him.
Mm-hmm.
And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful. And will multiply him
he said, I heard you. You know what that means? You know what that means? I accepted your wish, your desire. Abraham's wish and his desire was that Ishmael would live too before God. That God just don't look at Isaac, look at Ishmael too, because that's my son too. You know what I'm saying? He said, man, don't worry about him, man. Everything coming from you is blessed. He gonna get blessed too. Just the only difference is the covenant gonna go through this one that you're gonna have, Isaac. But all the children you're gonna have is blessed too. They're gonna get touched with the blessing. He had 12 princes also. Right or wrong?
Yes.
Later on down the line, Esau came out. Jacob and Esau came out. Jacob has 12 tribes of Israel, right?
Yes.
And he gave Esau 12 dukes. You call them dukes. Just another word for lord or prince. Tamshi.
12 princes shall he beget.
See? Now, this is the thing too. You take what you read and leave it there, right? A lot of times, you don't look at the number and say, oh, wow. So if this guy had 12 tribes, this guy had 12 tribes, don't worry about the number 12. Doesn't mean nothing. All right? It just had 12 tribes. Hey, 12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12 tribes. All right? When Ishmael got circumcised, he was 13 at the time. Okay? Nothing happens when you turn 13. All right? Don't do nothing for your kids when they turn 13.
No bat mitzvah.
Because that is called a bat mitzvah for the girls and a bar mitzvah for the men.
Right.
It is Judaism. Right? That part of Judaism, when you turn 13, is also in Christianity. Okay? And it's also in African customs. Everybody got something to do when you turn 13 for the boys and girls. Okay? And when the girls turn 16, sweet 16, King Sanera, all these things you got to leave alone. It comes from worship of the devil. Tell you why. Birthdays. That's the 16th birthday, the 13th birthday. All right? There are ceremonies that dedicate your children to the devil and to idol gods. Okay? The same way when you get your sons, when you get your son circumcised, he is dedicated to God to do these commandments. So when you do those other things, you dedicate your children to those deities and the devil. Yeah. No birthdays, man. No Switch 16, man. Now they got Sweet 15s for the boys. What was once only a girl thing, they got for the boys now. What was once only a boy thing, they got for the girls. What's up, man? Let's not get into that. It's not fun. What looks like fun and acceptance is wickedness and devilism.
It's just the day of my birth.
It's devilism.
Wicked.
Really, you're celebrating the God that you supposedly born under, the sign that you're born under. That's your God. When you admit to that. Okay, so look, I was born in February. So they say I'm Pisces. So if I go by that, the fish is my God.
That's right.
Dagon, that same dude that's in here, the fish God. Anything associated with the fish and worship is my God.
That's right.
When I go along by that. Y'all understand that now? Y'all understand that now?
We've been understood.
Do y'all understand that?
We've been understood.
Okay. And
Talk about
animals, creeping things, all those things. They say the constellation, that looked like a bull. That's not a bull. You did that. You made that. That's you being driven to worship. Okay? And now you got the whole world go by these things. People go by it and they don't know they go by it because they don't study, they don't know. You got people out here that think they know and they call themselves teachers. They got all these titles. Okay? And they're teaching the people they're wrong and they don't know and they're teaching the people wrong. But they don't care because they're getting y'all money. They're getting your money. So they'll tell you what you want to hear. Oh, yeah, it's okay. You could cut your hair. Oh, man, you could go to a restaurant. Just get it what? Well done. No. Stay out the restaurants. You cannot take your kids to Chuck E. Cheese. All they got is swine in Chuck E. Cheese. So all they got in there. What you going to give them to eat? What you going to give them to eat? You got to teach these kids that, yo, y'all can't be, see how they run around having fun of that? Y'all can't do that. Not today. Yeah. Because they're happy because it's the idol God day. Yeah. Let's start getting happy for our day. We got days we can get happy for, man. We got the first day of the month, the head of the month. He said, you shall celebrate your new moon. We don't celebrate the moon. It's not new moon worship. It's not word. Because when new moon comes, you can't see the moon. When the moon renews itself and becomes whole, sometimes you see a quarter of present. That's during the month. That's letting you know what time of the month it is. You understand how the moon works? God said, I made the sun, moon, and the stars with the signs and seasons. This is where you get your time from. This thing came from the movement of the sun, from the west all the way around to the east. Certain time frame is each a minute, second, hour, quarterly, right? It's not the moon. When you see the moon full, it's the end of the month. You don't do nothing when you see that. Okay, you know what time it is. It's like looking at that clock. That's the only thing you're supposed to have in your mind. But see, today, we have the clock. You ain't got no business looking up there. They only tell you, though, okay, it's getting late. You know it's about to be down there. But we got this. What time is it? 6 o'clock. Back then, you didn't have that. So they would look for the times and to be able to tell the times. At night, they would be able to tell what time of the month it is. It's getting close to the end of the month. Now, when the month gets towards the end, you can't see the moon. So it's not moon worship. It renews itself. Then 3 days later, it comes out whole again. And we're supposed to celebrate that. They blow the moon. So get a drink. You can get a drink that day. I mean, we ain't got to throw a party, but commemorate it. These are the things we're supposed to be on top. Oh, no. Go to Isaiah 44.
Isaiah chapter 44. Verse 1. Yet now hear, O Yaakov, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus says the El that made thee and formed thee from the womb, who will help thee. Fear not, O Yaakov, my servant, and thou, Yeshurun, whom I have chosen. For I will pour water upon thy thirsty land, and floods upon the dry ground. I will pour my spirit upon thy seed, and my blessing upon thy offspring, and they shall spring up as among the grass, as willows by the watercourses. One shall say, I am Elohim's, and another shall call himself by the name of Yaakov, and another shall subscribe with his hand to Elohim, and surname himself by the name of Israel. Thus says El Israel, the king of Israel, and his redeemer, the El of hosts.
He said, one shall say, one group of people going to say, I am the Lord's. They're going to say, yo, we belong to God. So another group of people going to call themselves by the name of Yaakov. What's Yaakov's name? Israel. They call themselves Israelites. He said, another shall subscribe with his hand unto the Lord. He said, and surname himself by the name of Israel. He said, all these guys won't come to you. Tamshi.
I am the first, and I am the last.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
El Israel.
Who?
El Israel.
God is speaking. The real God. The only God. Many people were born, shown, and taught who was God to them. So it's a blast when you hear that who you thought was God all your life is nothing. I understand. It's a shock value. It's a culture shock, they call it. Yeah. They never heard these things before. Because they see that, yo, the same person that hates you for your skin color serve the same God you serve.
That's right. Say it again.
The same person that hates your skin color serve the same God you serve. The same holidays you serve. You do the same things for your kids they do. Same thing. But when you come over here now, you're hearing, oh, that's no good. That's wicked. That's evil. Oh, wow. How is that? It's for the kids.
That nigga on the cross is evil. It's Satan.
That's how they get you. See, back then, let me tell y'all how the idols and the gods were. Let me tell y'all what they looked like. They looked like gargoyles. They were monstrous. He said Asa, his mother, Ma'aka, right? She made an idol. She made this idol. And it was when I looked up in Hebrew, it was a demon. It said demon or gargoyle.
Yeah.
Are they nice to look at?
No.
Monstrous idol. And when you looked up the word monstrous in Hebrew, the definition is demon or gargoyle. Is that a good thing?
No.
That's why the man took it and destroyed it and got rid of it.
Yeah.
That's what these things are behind. That's what all the fun is behind. Tamshi.
I am the first.
So God says, look, man, he's making a declaration to let y'all know. In spite of what you heard, in spite of everything you believe, or in spite of what you was taught, in spite of everything that you see out here and people say, he said, I am the first and I'm the last. You know what he mean by the last? After everything's done and gone and dead, because God is the only one that don't die. Everything else dies. So he said, when everything else is gone, I'll be the one here still. Tamshi.
And beside me, there is no God.
He said, beside me, there is no God. Now, that blocks out Jake. I call him Jake. That blocks Jake out. How is he God?
Jake is the dude on the cross.
Or how is he the one you go to God? But God said, beside me, there's no other.
There's
He
no
said,
other.
I'm the only one, and there ain't nobody else next to me.
That's right.
There ain't nobody else next to me.
Yep.
That was plain and clear. That's not something you got to go into the Hebrew with. That's not something that has to be broken down, and it's not metaphorical. That's not metaphorical. He said, beside me, he said, I am God. He said, beside me, there is no other. There's nobody else. There's nobody else. You can only have one God.
Yeah. I put that nigga on the
You
cross.
only
in
have
dirt.
one God. How is that God? How is that God?
Yeah.
These are the stuff that Most High was telling Israel to stay away from. Tamshi.
And who is like me? Let him proclaim it.
He said, who is like me? No one.
Let him
He
proclaim.
said, let him step up. Let him step up and say it now. Let him speak up.
Gangster talk.
Who gonna say? He called it. Look.
That's God
He's sticking his chest out right now.
Who like me?
He's sticking his chest out because you got a lot of people taking his name and putting it on idols. Yeah. So he said, look, man, this is what I do. Who gonna say something? Yeah. What?
That's right.
What? So I told the whole house, I want to handle what up? Yeah. Anybody got a problem with it? We're gonna settle it now. Who gonna say something? Nobody said. All those gangsters, nobody said. Yeah. That's what God doing. Yeah. So, in other words, if there is another God, he gonna speak up. That's what he's saying. Beside me, there ain't no other. Tough sheet.
Let him proclaim it and let him declare it. And set it in order for me.
And set it in order for me. Let him fix this thing. Tell him to pull up and tell him to set things in order. Set me in order. Who gonna do that? Tell him shit.
From when I appointed the eternal people, let them relate for themselves the things that will come and ought to be.
Oh, what verse you on?
8. This book is 8, really at 6.
6. Okay, go ahead.
Fear not, neither be afraid. Have not I told you from that time?
And who, he said, verse 6, he said, who as I shall call and shall declare it and set it in order for me, since I appointed the ancient people, and the things that are coming and shall come. The things that I got set up to come, all my setup, who can come and set that up? Who can come and do what I did? Who can come and fix? Say, oh, well, I got it wrong and fix it. Who's gonna come and do that? Tom Sheep.
Fear not, neither be afraid. Have not I told thee from that time and have declared it?
He's talking to Israel. He said, yo, hold it down. Don't be afraid. I got you. He said, I told you from the first time, haven't I declared it? He said, ye are even my witnesses. He said, you guys know me. You witnessed it. You the only ones that can say, yo, we know what this is about. We was there. That's Israel. He said, you are my witnesses. He said, they see not nor know. Now, you know those people that be knocking on your door? Hello, how you doing? And you call them witnesses, but they're not witnesses. That was started. That's a religion that was started in the 60s.
That's right.
Charles T. Russell.
Yeah, Russellites.
It was called Russellites at first.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's right.
And he has his own rendition of a little bit of the old and the new. And he put it together, and they called them Russellites.
That's right.
And they knock on people's door, but it's geared towards Jake.
Right. Just like the Quran.
Okay? It's geared towards the cross. They got to use a little bit of the real thing to get you, to confuse you, so they can get your money when the holidays come. That's how this thing is set up. Y'all don't even know what religion is. The people who got religion set up don't follow that idol, y'all. They don't follow that idol. They're about money. The things that I gotta go here, I gotta do this. It's all for you to spend money. They got it designed that way. Back then, you made your own idol. You were responsible for your own idol. That's the only thing you bow down to. Now you gotta buy it. You gotta buy it. And in order to get the skill to make certain things, you gotta go to school. You gotta buy that skill. They know what they're doing. Block them out in every way. Block them out in every way. Tell sheep.
Is there a God beside me? No. Indeed, there is
no God beside God. There is no little gods that you got to go to get to the big God. There is no, he's the chief God. He's the only God.
Yeah, that's right.
There are no little gods.
Ain't no begotten son we got to go through.
Look. Ain't no big prophets and minor prophets. Where do you get that at? A prophet is a prophet. The prophet of God is a prophet of God. So where you get, because in all religions, you have a head God, Zeus. Then you got the gods under him. Because it's not like that. That's in the realm of man. Man made that whole idea up. Okay? It's only the Most High. He said, there is any, Tamshi.
They that make a carved idol are all of them vanity, and the things they delight in.
He said, they that make a carved idol, them that make statues, busts, paintings. All these things are what?
It says all of them are vanity.
They're vanity. It's for nothing. You're doing it for nothing.
Right.
Some shit.
And the things they delight in do not profit. And their witnesses see not, nor know that they may be ashamed. Who has fashioned the God or cast an idol? It is profitable for nothing.
How you gonna make a God? Who have formed a God? He said, all you guys that do this, you're doing it for nothing.
Who is God?
And they know that. You're creating money, man. The guy making it don't believe in that.
Right.
Some shit.
Behold, all his fellows shall be ashamed, and the workmen, they are but men. Let them all be gathered together. Let them stand up. They shall fear. They shall be ashamed together.
Go down to verse 19.
As none considers.
No. Verse 15.
Then shall it be for a man for fuel. That one?
Yeah.
Then shall it be for a man for fuel.
He take down the trees and he use it for fuel. You know it's fuel? To make a fire, to get heat. Right? Some sheep.
For he will take of it to warm himself. Indeed, he kindles it and bakes bread.
He set it on fire and he heat his food on there. He make bread on there with that wood. This is the purposes of cutting the tree down. Right. This is why I didn't cut the tree down to take it home and put it up in my house. You know it's something weird. I go out in the woods, cut a tree down, and bring it all the way back in my house and put it up in my house and decorate it and put presents up on it. You tell me what's the real significance of that. Tell me what is really going to profit you. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself.
Just following it.
Some shit.
Or else he makes a god and prostrates
He
himself.
said, yea, he maketh a god. He worship it. He made a graven image and fall it down thereto. That same thing that you fall down to, that material that you bow down and say that's your God, that represents your God, that same material was made to serve you.
And this is the Bible. He's reading from the Bible.
Tom sheep.
Half of it he burns in the fire.
Half of the wood he burned in the fire.
With this half of it he eats meat.
With the other half, he eat the meat with it. He make a bowl out of it. He make a wooden bowl out of it. Make a wooden spoon out of it.
He roasts the roast and is satisfied.
Because that's how they ate their flesh. Another point to show out. That's how they ate their flesh. They didn't have stores. They didn't have groceries. They didn't have to soak their meat because they made the kill, and they flipped that animal, blood come right out, right then and there.
Yeah.
When you take that animal and put it in the pit, the blood is gone already. Okay? The blood is gone already. The fat, you don't have to worry about it because the fire, not in the pan, fire has to touch it like a grill. The fire will hit the meat and it will melt the fat. You will hear psst, psst. When you hear that, you know that's the fat. Now you have to keep roasting that lamb or goat or whatever it is until you don't hear psst, no more. That means all the fat melted out. Now you can eat it. That's how they ate their meat, roasted.
Sure.
Open fire. They didn't have ovens and stoves and burners and put your meat in pan. No, they didn't do that.
Indeed, he warmed himself and says, aha, I am warmed. I have seen the fire. And of the rest of it he makes a god. It's carved out.
Whatever wood that's left, he tell, oh man, I got a nice little piece of wood here. Out of that, I don't cut the tree down, used it for my survival, made a hut, made firewood, made utensils out of the wood, right? And then the little piece that's left, I carve out of a bird. Why is it man always want to make an image? Don't stack. That's the wickedness that you were born with. You always want to put something up that's God, and it's nothing, it's natural. You don't even know it's wrong. It's a natural thing. He said, yeah, this is what they naturally do. This is what everybody do. And they take it and they carve it, they make an image, and what do he do with it?
He falls down to it.
And he falls down to the same image. The same tree. This is the wood from the tree that he urinated on.
Right.
The animals urinate on.
Right.
Some shit.
Falls down to it and worships it and prays to it and says, deliver me, for thou art my God.
And he looks for that for salvation. He looks to be saved. Everybody wants Jake to save
The
them.
whole world.
Okay?
That's the whole world.
Don't get caught up.
Grab that little thing right there.
Okay? They go like this and start praying.
Yeah.
Or if they don't have it, they do it with their hands.
Yeah. Cross yourself.
Before they, for a boxer, he about to fight, he turn around the corner, he bring down, he cross himself.
Yeah.
Everybody's under that banner.
Yeah. And get knocked
So
out.
be glad you're not, man, and get knocked out. Or look, or get richer.
Or get
Because that's a lot of people say, well, look, man, look, I don't know what's up. Y'all must be serving the wrong God or something, because y'all look like bums. Look at me. I'm over here with it. Yeah, that's what they want you to think.
That's the whole industry.
Because they make the diamonds, the jewelry, the life, and all that stuff. That's what they say to you is the life.
That's right. To block you from the light.
So you think that's what this is all about?
Yeah.
Nah. So that's why it's not a problem for me to go on a vacation, and I won't be here next week.
Mm-hmm.
I go on a vacation.
Yeah.
I go tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back Wednesday.
That's right.
That's a vacation.
On Thursday.
I'll be here before the Shabbat.
Yeah.
Well, if I take a vacation where I'm at, there's Israelites gathering and they hold the Shabbat down. I don't have to come back here. I could go there.
That's a fact.
But if that's not there, at a certain time of the week, I'm back here.
That's a fact.
So I could go on vacation.
That's a fact.
Yeah. I could go out of state. I could go here. But you plan
Months.
for Shabbat. Be back here, or where you gonna be at out there? Because you have to have all the convocation. You can't sit in the bed all day. Well, no, I was reading the book all day watching you guys.
Can't sit home and view.
All right. If you're doing that now, get yourself out of that.
Say it again, brother.
If you're doing that now, get yourself out of it.
No, you can't sit home and view.
Make a move.
Come on,
No, you
man.
can't sit home and view.
Make a move.
Glad to sit there.
So we make moves and travel for everything else. Make a move, man. You can't stay home and congregate.
Say it again.
They didn't have computers and all this.
Say it again.
They ain't had no box where you could watch what's happening in Jerusalem.
Uh-huh. What's the
God
congregation?
said, get your butt over there.
What's the congregation?
A gathering of a group of 3, 4, or more.
A gathering of
We
people.
have a group of people. Well, it's just me and my wife. Nah, man, you and her gotta go somewhere. Y'all ain't a group. Y'all a duo. And if that's your wife, y'all one.
Yeah.
So y'all counted as one person. So his husband and wife, they counted as one person. They're one.
Yeah.
That's what God said.
Yeah.
See the frame of mind? See how you look at certain things according to what God say? Read.
They have not known nor understood, for he has shut their eyes.
Uh-huh.
They cannot see.
Hey.
In their hearts.
This
they
is why
cannot
most of the
understand.
world is out.
Say it again.
This is why most of the world is out. He said, they have not known nor understood, for he, God, has shut their eyes. That when they reading it, they still can't understand. Dude said, yeah, I'm Israel. I know God is God, but he can't see that what he eating is wrong.
Because God closes.
God shut him because he's doing something. And if God shut his eyes and he already know who he is, and God shut his eyes to certain things, he's pushing them away.
Pushing him away.
He's pushing them away, or he's pushing her away. Because if you're here and your eyes are still closed to certain things, you're being pushed away. If you're here and the men are coming up here going into the same things over and over, and you don't see it,
You still can't see.
you're not going. Something going on in your personal life. You're blocking yourself. Tell she.
And none considers in his heart.
He said, well, he has shut their eyes that they cannot see, and their hearts that they can't understand. So
That's why the
why you
world.
get it? Why you getting it now?
That's why the world is going away.
Because he give you a little bit and see what you do with it. You don't do nothing with it, he shuts you.
He's gonna shut you down.
And he said, and none consider it in his heart. Now, these are the other people now. He said, and naturally, none of y'all thought in your hearts that there is knowledge or understanding to say, I have burnt a part of it in the fire. I burnt a part of the wood in the fire. He's not thinking like, hey, I brought a part of this wood in the fire. And then the other part of the wood, I made a God out of it. I ain't destroyed part of this wood. Now I'm praying to it. He said, nobody consider that.
Yeah.
Nobody consider that. That the thing that's up on that wall, on that cross, you pray for it to help you and heal you. But then when there's a fire come, you got to grab.
You got to grab that cross.
You cannot. You can save yourself. If I got to save my God, I don't need that
I
God.
don't need to pray to him.
And paint it over.
You got to save that nigga on the cross. And that's who you pray to. Clown.
That's how this go.
Clown.
Different gods.
Yeah.
Our God is the only God.
Yeah.
And he's the holy God. And he's the God that hated iniquity. That's why Achior told him, he said, look, he's not like the rest of y'all. Y'all guys don't know our faith. They don't live. They're not alive, man.
Talk about it.
They're not alive. He said, but they follow the God that hates sin. Y'all was told what sin is.
Yeah.
Sin is everything that God hates.
Yeah.
And God tell you what is sin.
Yeah.
Everything that God say not to do or he hate or is displeasing to him, that is sin. That is iniquity. Okay?
That's right.
Finish. He said, he said, I have roasted and eaten flesh. He said, shall I make the residue thereof an abomination? He said, nobody thought about that. He said, man, I did all of this with the wood. Now I'm going to make an abomination. Abomination is a statue. Abomination is a picture. Abomination is the stuff people put on their chains.
Yeah.
Okay? Abomination is the t-shirt with all the symbols and stars and kids and men and spiders and animals and the sun, the moon, the stars, and all these things. That's what this is, abominations. Right. When you wear it, you represent it. The Nike symbol, you wear it, you represent it. The Nike symbol is the same thing as the cross. When you wear that, this, same thing. The Nike symbol is the same as wearing this. Same as wearing the cross. All symbols are linked. All symbols are linked. They represent sun, moon, and star, and devil worship. Time sheet.
And then considers in his heart, neither is there knowledge nor understanding to say.
Go down to verse 20.
He feeds on ashes, but the deceived heart has turned him aside.
His heart deceived him. Do you know your heart lied to you and you believe it?
You lie to your own self.
You lie to yourself. His own heart deceived him. Because he's looked down in this piece of plastic as his God now.
Deceive his damn self.
He's deceiving himself. Time sheet.
But the deceived heart has turned him aside, that he cannot deliver his soul.
He won't be able to deliver his soul. When you deliver your soul gets delivered when you die.
That's right.
Your spirit is your soul.
That's right.
You're talking about it's over when you die.
No, it ain't over when you die.
Look, this goes down when you get buried.
It's just stop.
Your spirit, you go somewhere else.
That's right.
To continue what you started here.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
It said, well, man. He said, now he don't deceive his heart. He don't did all these things. Now he's serving idols. So now it stopped him from delivering his soul. It stopped him from being around people who serve God. It stopped him from getting in commune, hooking up with a girl that served God, or a dude that work at your job that served God, or a dude you met on the street that served God. Okay? God made these things happen. God put you here. Everybody that's in here, he had his way to put you here. You're special, and you have your opportunity now. You're special. You're special. They are not. Not those people that serve those idols. They are made to think that way to keep their soul from being delivered. He said, nor do they say, is there not a lie in my right hand? Meaning, this thing I'm holding, this is a lie. That's what God called idols, lies. Tamshi.
Remember these, O Yaakov and Israel, thou art my servant. I have formed thee. Thou art my
He said, remember
servant.
me, man. Don't forget me, man. I formed you. I'm the one that formed you as a nation. I called you a nation before your forefathers was born. So he thought about Israel when he was creating the planet.
That's right.
When he was creating the earth.
When there was no light.
He made everything according to the. He said, all right, I'm gonna put the nation over here because this is gonna be Israel over here.
That's right.
Because you playing your stuff right or wrong.
Yeah.
Architect, right? You draw it out. God ain't had to draw nothing out. He thought of Israel and said, okay, I'm gonna make a whole universe. But look, you guys can't serve this, you can't serve that. I made this for you.
Right.
He said, have dominion over all of this stuff, man. That's it. You taking it, you say you're doing too much now, you're taking it too far now. Now, everybody got their own idea of what God is.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to serve the true and living God. You know why? Because this stops you from being like everybody else. So you think you're missing out on fun. You think oh man, I'm missing out on money. I'm missing out on this. That's how you are not able to deliver your soul. Jake ain't gonna deliver you. You can deliver your soul by following these commandments. Tamshi.
O Israel, thou shalt not be forgotten by me. I have blotted out as a thick cloud thy transgressions.
He said, I ain't forget about you guys. Okay?
And as a cloud thy iniquities. Return to me, for I have redeemed you.
He said, return to me because I redeemed you. That's why his arms are always open. He said, but see, when you return to God, you got to return the way he said. He said, return when you come back, because people fall off. People stop, and then they come back and say, yo, I'm back, man. I'm in. This is it. But you got to do 10 times more than you did before you was here to keep you here, because you wasn't able to keep yourself here before. So when you got to prepare yourself to challenge yourself.
Right.
Because this is what we call breaking the spirit, breaking an evil spirit. The spirit we're telling you to break is an evil spirit. It's the spirit that God is against.
That's right.
All right?
That's right.
Shalom alaikum.
Shalom
Shalom
alaikum.
Okay. You got an extension.
So that I am.
It's not over yet.
So that I am.
This is fun. This is supposed to be fun to you. If it's not, develop it that way. That means you need more practice. You got to read during the week more. You read during the week more. You do more. This will be fun for you. This is what you call motivation. So you got motivational speakers to do what? We're gonna get out there and get the career and do this and that. This is what we do every Shabbat. This is really more motivation and teaching the right way. What it say in the book? What it say in the law? It said, "You shall not add unto the word, nor take from it." Am I correct? So that means I gotta stick to exactly everything I read, and I can't add on. Tell she.
Sing, O heavens, for Elohim has done it. Shout, you lower parts of the earth. Break forth into singing, you mountains.
What verse you at? Okay.
O forest and every tree in it. For El Israel has redeemed Yaakov and glorified himself in Israel. Thus says El Israel, thy Redeemer.
All right, go to the next chapter. Isaiah chapter 45.
Thus says El Israel to his anointed.
To his anointed.
To Koresh.
To Cyrus.
Who's right
Koresh,
hand
that's
I held.
Cyrus. Cyrus is the king of Persia. Okay? All kings were anointed.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah? What you said? Okay. Finish that verse.
Whose right hand I have held, that I may subdue nations before him, and loose the loins of kings, but I may open before him doors and gates which shall not be shut.
Okay, you can leave it there. We're going to shut it down. Okay? Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
Remember, today's the Shabbat day. Keep everything on the Shabbat. Handle other matters tonight.
The brother told him to set time.